Okay, let's see if we can make a good enough helmet. Man, I have no essences. Only some are worth picking up, but when you're a new player, it'll take you a while to figure out what one's good and what's aren't. Take a while to figure out. Man, this is gonna suck. Okay, I don't really need mystery instances. Don't really need these. They're nice, but we don't need them. Please give me greed. Am I really ever gonna use that wrath I have to keep? Envy I have to keep. Anger I'll keep. Don't need fear. Maybe I'd get rid of dread. Loathing I have to keep. Have you looked into, like, do you care about a loathing helmet size? Like, do you think you can fit anything crazy if you get a deafening loathing helmet for restoration? Attack speed for this build? No, we don't attack. Haven't looked into it. Right, keep rage. It's 84. To be fair, I have this, but this is so low on res. It's sad. And I can't fit that right now. I think I'm very low. I'm trying to get one more decide helmet.
I can't do this just yet.
What else do I have?
Decide helmets? Please?
A decent price.
Nine.
Good luck.
Alright, okay. To be fair, as soon as I get the gloves, I don't really need an ES helmet. Oh, but I need that for now. I think I have like another ES helmet. That's 84. That's 85. I can craft on this. They're really good res or really good suppression. It's an open prefix. Damn. Maybe plus one arrow. Plus one arrow is so hard, dude. Poison damage. Chance to poison won't work, but poison damage will. Really need regen. Try something old school. Try old school crafting. Right, I don't necessarily need oh, got tier 1 suppression. Okay, we'll try. Yeah, I missed Reforge more likely. Such a fun way to craft. I butchered it. My boy. You just need to not be dog shit. Ambivalence. Stop rolling stats. Sure. Charge rate. Can't use that. 1666 ults. Very low on ults. You're getting a lot less than nothing. Is this ult last thing was like very hello? Got a lot of ults last thing. Brr. I miss more likely being good, dude. Want you to roll the suffixes. I am also like fucking bleeding scars. Okay. Keep these. I don't want to use these. I'm low on strength, right? I could use the rages on a helmet. Nope. Didn't hit. They don't do anything. Let's do aura gems. Too risky, and I'm gonna have them in my chest. Wow, Reforged life. It's not hitting very well, is it? Okay, I wonder, is there any way? Is there any way I can fit you? What's the fizz as? Is that red or blue? How fucked is my rest with this? 7963. I'm not running Purity of Elements. Could run Purity of Elements. Is that a D term? And then I can get rid of suppression on the tree. POEDB helmet. The damage taken as is blue. Is a pretty good helmet other than resists. Exart? No, it's Eater. Pinnacle. Please hit early. Oh my god, please. Dang, it's chaos. That would have been good if I was the Bakwa. Dude, no, why did it hit that twice? Oh my god, dude.
I'm so sorry.
Mana reservation. Oh, there. Oh my god, dude. It's only hitting chaos. This is devastating. How has it hit KL so many times? When a unique enemy is in your presence, stop. Oh my god, this hurts. What a dumb system. Fucking Christ. What are red ones? Let's see. I'm using Despair right now, right? I'll do them. Despair or Temp Chains. I'll take either. Oh wait, AoE could be good. Lightning damage taking recoup this life is kind of nice. I don't need damage. Maybe take that for now. There. Okay. Nah, it's all good, Medikey. How are you today? This is good. How are you? Let me take in. Go 8. Perfect. Let's try. Okay. There. And then I don't just have the coil. Then I do have to drop Determination. I still have 6,000 armor at the moment. Wish I had a little bit more, like, I wish I had Endurance Charge Ring. I died with one. I can get a nice Endurance Charge Ring. That would be the play. Some ailment immune. Alright, the Mutilator's strong for this. It's easier to roll on pure evasion gear. It's important to know. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Here. And then that roll. There you go. That's what I need, but with resists. Oh, if that was the other roll. Oh! Oh, that's really nice. That's such a nice quiver. Wow. Okay, it's such an acceptable quiver. Right, lightning cold. We could make the bow temporary usable because we can't make it hunter. Right. Do I have a lightning coil yet? No. I have another lightning coil. Okay, that's good. I don't have a +1 gems amulet. Man, are my boots shit. That's funny. Sure. Life recovery rate. Or fizz is extra cold. Sure. My gloves are so dog. Up throwing speed will take. Sure. Could do suppression. Perfect. Okay, then I need to relog and import my character. Bonestone Slayer's getting old. Yeah, Bonestone's really good to like start playing the league. I'm not a big fan of playing Bonestone, but it is very good. Not stealing from side today. Let's see. Are you using essences on rare items? I didn't know we could do that. As long as they're screaming or higher, you can do that. Okay. Alright, I have that mastery there. And then it doesn't count me as always being on full life, so I'm 22 above. Oh, this is 22. So I gained those 3 skill points. Perfect. And then I think I have a higher poison chance now. $105 poison chance. So I could almost ditch that. That'll be good. I need to get Herald of Agni thing. I just really want to get the slave driver's hand. Honestly tempted to just get rid of this, get 5 points in there, and start running it. Poison artillery ballista. Anywhere I can get more tank. I don't need more damage. I have too much damage. I just... actually, do I though? Okay, I can do some damage actually. Right. Let's do one test opener. I think I'll do blue altars though if I'm gonna play on this character. Too scared of reds. Reds are just too scary. Okay. I have like 5,000 armor. Isn't blue more rippy than red? Oh really? Never died to blue. I've died to red like 8 times.
With all the gods dead,
And both of them are rippy, but I'll take blue over red any day.
we shall see how far you can be pushed.
I
Feels so slow without onslaught on thingy. So blue is generally a lot of small attacks, which I'm not immortal to, but I'm very, very tanky to it. Oh shit! My fucking pure elements is switched to E. That could have been so bad, dude. I didn't notice that at all. Holy fuck. Christ. That's so bad. Fucking. I hate how much things change on your hotbars. Kinda unwarned. Your bow is insane, Sis. I mean, we could make the bow. We could make the bow, I guess. I would need cold res somewhere else. I have too much lightning. I can't do that one. That's a bit too much. I have another like lower lightning. I do that on my belt. There. I can't run a topaz with Sword of the Divine. Nah, it's fine. I'm ailment immune, so. It would be nice though. Actually, I guess I. But I would have no armor, and I'm not. I can't really not run anything else right now. So I can't really do that. I would love to instead of the run it, but I would need the taste of hate for that. Right, this should be fine. I lose some cold and lightning, but I'm still close. Maybe craft all res there instead. Wait, Sai, are you here? Poison's nice. I'm thinking I just alt until I get +1 all gems. And then I craft +2. That would be the play. That's the play. Cause yeah. Yeah, we do that.
For freedom.
For freedom. That's fine, man. It's just I don't want to make the like, or rather I can't make the proper bow on this. I also don't need the damage with poison. I'd rather have a resist. Dude, just give me the +1 gems. How rare is it even? Be that bad. Not bow gems, all gems. Yeah, Mariketh is best. The only reason I do thickets because I want like multiple bow builds. I wouldn't use Mariketh on the others. Input doesn't work on Toxic Rain, does it? Also, I think it would be awful. High res would be really good. High res and +1. Dude, I'm like never hitting +1 gems. Could just force it. Mate. 19% attack speed. Why is Marek at the base? Best movement speed. That's all you care about is MS. Damage over time multi would be good. I'd rather have resist though than damage. Easier gearing is nice for my temporary bow. Sure. There we go. That's it, right? That's all I need. And then I just craft support gems. I want to make sure I am res cap. And I craft all res on my Ami. There, that's perfect.
Cool winds.
No, I can make a guide for it. Okay, I think I'm gonna wait with using the level 4 empower. It's just like, it's just super overkill to use the level 4 empower for mapping. It just sounds so stupid. I will literally tilt off the face of the planet if I die with my only level 4 empower. Because right now, I feel like everything on this character is super replaceable. Like, I don't have anything that I care about here, but if I die with that, I will literally just fucking tilt off. So this is fine. Because like right now, if I die, it's just like a setback. But if I die with level 4 empower, it's like I might not get another level 4 empower. Ever. Off the base? What do you mean? Like get the mod? Oh, first try. Yeah, I had several with that and several with that and just snapped together. I haven't found one with 75% chance yet though. Johnny Bravo, thank you for the 11 months. House Spa Day is amazing. Right. Let's do a quick little sample test. Do you think I'll lose a Goosey now? No, I don't want to die. I just like I like minimizing my risk with like sure. I just don't like I don't want to risk the level 4 empower, you know? I just got a fucking Riggold's quiver. I almost didn't even look at the quiver because that base is always shit. Holy.
This way, exile.
The fuck? Super rare.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Or if you mean just getting the 600 mod, that was like 300 bows or something, and I got like, what do you feel? Like I didn't get that on my first try, but I also like didn't know it was good. All right. Okay. So this is more damage than my artillery ballista already, and my artillery ballistas are like 13 mil. Nice and balanced. I don't even have a proper bow yet. Not even using my level 4 empower. Look at my bow, dude. It's like the fucking most basic shit ever. Holy fuck, dude. Is there any like resist mods on that map? There was Enfeeble on that as well. That's funnier. Alright. It's busted as fuck? Yeah. It's actually more busted than most people think too. Because dot cap is dot cap is 36 million damage, right? Which means that this build can't go over 36 million, right? So then a lot of people are like, well, why is it so good then, right? Because you see other builds can get to like 50 or 100 or 200 million damage, right? With like Mage Blood and crazy investment. But what's so crazy is that the dot cap doesn't get affected by the you know how Ubers have 90% damage reduction? So you can get actual 36 million damage against Ubers with this. It doesn't get affected by the damage reduction. Or rather, it does get affected, but in a good way for us. So we actually get to do the full damage. So while, let's say you're playing a tornado shot build with 60 million damage, That would be like 8 million damage against Ubers. Our damage goes up against Ubers. Oh, nice, Yager. I'm starting to think my current element list is a lost cause. So struggling in new maps, but I don't have currency to do full respec. Anyone in, maybe, what are you playing? Maybe someone in tech can help you. How do you get a poison bow for artillery ballista? I did rug crafting for mine, and it didn't even have the mods, and then I just kept combining mods until it hit. No, actually, I was about to take a break, but I can show you real quick. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you Psy versus Uber Maven on softcore with the 400% mod. So this is the 400% mod on a level 93 character.
Eventually, I want to make it so I'm building solo.
With like really scuffed care. This is literally Uber Maven.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I take a lot of damage.
What build are you playing, Complex? I don't really want to look at it right now, but maybe somebody in tech can help you. So I have the 600% mod, and I also have that in Empower. He didn't have Empower. Yeah, I have a guide on for this. I came back to see my video. Nice. So it's very crazy. Yeah, I made a new bow Psy. We're gaming. Just made a temporary bow. Cold Dot Element list, a funny video. I'm trying to follow it. Right. Is there anyone playing Cold Dot at the moment that would help Complex? Anyone would be able to like help him in DMs and give him some tips? Any Cold Dotters? The build's fun and not fun at the same time? Yeah. Anyway, I need to go be right back. I need to go to the toilet. DM me? Nice. Right. You have people offering you to help their Complex. I would reach out and do that. I'll be right back. Still better than most? No. It's not Bertini. Like, it's very low gear. We can help. Hello. Hello. That was the gear on the Maven video. Alright, let's see. Let's see what gear you used in the Maven video. See if it's Bertini approved. Kid tested, mother approved. 26 dot multi-bow with 14 crafted. Reforged Chaos Quiver. Dogshit helmet with 5% suppress. A lightning coil. This is life and res gear. Nice! Good gear. Wow. Talking about all the damage is to bow. So the damage is always capped at 36 million. I mean, this is basically life and resist gear, Bertini. I still have a weapon from Act 3. Okay, that's pretty bad. Is that an Immortal Call? Well actually, at the moment, probably nothing. I don't have the armor anymore for Molten Shell to be good. I do have 4,000 armor. How much is that gonna give me actually? I'll see in the map. I should be thinking about switching soon. But Alchmark? No. That would decrease the damage instead of despair. Recovery. I have one up on YouTube, chicken. Like a week ago or something. 4 days ago. For the Pathfinder one. Don't have one up for champion yet. 1.3k shield.
This way.
That's pretty bad. Maybe I should just do Chaos Thunder Shaking Immortal Call. An item reroll when you're afraid of Isle. Oh, I don't know. I haven't tried. Don't know if it changes anything. Assume so. Impales are hit. Also now showing Steel Skin. Prefer Immortal Call because it doesn't need to be high level. Yeah, that light white explosion you see is the explosion. They instantly die. I lost my Plague Bear already. Pretty low, right? I'm 86 doing 83 maps. That actually feels pretty okay now that I got the helmet. I got the slave driver's hands, dude. Nice. That's good. I think I can do Alley Weakness. Honestly, do I even need to take damage? do you have, Sai? Did you take the damage mastery? I'm tempted to take less damage taking. I'll take a jewel node. Damage. You don't need it normally? Yeah, I want to just like focus on tank. I have so much damage. Let's reforge some life. Give me actual life and totem life. Cast speed. Life, area damage. Reduced ignite duration. Life, area damage. Life and poison and reduced poison duration. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I could pretty much... I can get a new anoint then. I would just be 95% chance to poison. That's kind of nifty. I'm okay with that. Orange, green, red. Okay with that. I wish I had a better way to proliferate.
Well done.
Can't even
Now be a
see.
good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower.
Stop it.
Fire's flame. The blight is reacting.
Right, that's a new wasteland. So crazy damage now. 5.2k life. I swear, I don't get that many maps. Yeah, that damage is fine. Lambertini. This guy. He tastes the hates. At the moment, I'm just alching going and rushing the boss. I'm not rolling them at all. I'm like rolling them so that they're not scary to run, but I'm not like... Yeah. Not really doing much, I'm just running to the boss. Wish my Plague Bearer was higher level. I can't even find where I put my Plague Bearer. Okay, Claire. Especially if I had Plague Bear high level, you could get Obliteration as well. Ah, amazing, Claire. Not like Tornado Shoulder ending. Yeah, you could do the gloves. Flame Driver's Hands. And remember, I also have low throw speed. You can get throw speed up too.
This way, exile.
Put down the spawn.
My mana is gone.
Oh, 88% less recovery. I didn't see that. Oh, nice, another obliteration. We can try. Alright. Bruh.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Or Reju over Devouring. Reju is better because you get the regen. Devouring is slightly more damage for no benefit. Rejuve when... How much is mine now? Mine is giving me 438 life regen already. Not even max level yet. That's pretty beefy. You only get the regen without the sorrow? Yeah, I don't want to use sorrow. I just have to. Yeah, because at the moment it's sell itself. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure I do get the life regen even with... I think it's different. I don't think it's the one that... I think it's the totem doesn't get converted. I'm not sure, actually. Oh, I should farm this map a bit. I'm getting so many grunts. Nice. Then 3 breaches. Cool. It's nifty. Things dropping. Ow.
My mana is gone.
Oh yeah, this is such an annoying map for me. 88 recovery. Really awful map. Kinda rippy, I should... Careful. Somebody runs though. Huge. And 44 bestiary missions. Might be time to start running incursion tomorrow? I don't know. Oh, nice, Kosei. Awesome.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I'm like barely outrage any degens. Alright, let's see Winged Obliteration. I would definitely use that temporarily. And on the other build. See if we can hit it. I believe. Any believers? To an uncorrupted unique item. Reju is better. Alright, let's see. Alright, here we go. Did I grab it even? I did.
Welcome, Surface Dweller.
Welcome.
Place created by Titans. Your kind have stood upon our shoulders since time immemorial. You may use this tool to ensure your own survival. survival and the longevity of
Little
Raycross
sketch.
itself.
Right.
Forge
Oh.
weapons in the heart of the Crucible.
Oh, 2 glowing nodes. Does that mean give me some random shit? Global attack speed. I have a global attack speed, which is pretty good. I don't have the double in stacking mod though. Stop trying for now. Right, what about here? Explodey mod? Reduced trap spread. Nothing good. 10% reduced AoE, but 30% increase, so 20% AoE if I'm mapping. The other node is just better then. As a new player, what should I be playing that I can do a lot of damage and survive this kind of team? The totem build I'm playing at the moment is that, surprisingly. I know this character that I was on, but this one, I just put out a guide for it. All you need is just keep crucibling item until you get the explosion mod. That's all you need.
Destroying you is as easy as flicking a pest.
Oh no. It's very, very easy to do.
Yes.
Crucible tree node switch, right? I have a rough idea, but I don't think I've seen the video on it yet.
We do this for freedom.
Let's see. I don't need that because I'm ailment immune. Wouldn't that build ruin a new player? I guess. Maybe it is too strong. It could end up ruining their enjoyment of the game. Is reduced with damage taken over time. And then, honestly, Solo Solaris? No, Lunaris. Sebert. Where's Sebert? Moon Temple. I might look at it later. I'm not gonna watch it right now though. Or ooh, Cold River. Claiborne. That's frozen, right? Let's run the blue and run. Do that. Fair notepad, thanks. Useful deterministic position combinations. Cool. Check it out. Would I split you could just shift click it and then click the number you want. Impressive.
I'm not up to that just yet.
That's my fellows. Or foolishness. Man, I can't wait to be faster. You're dead, kid. Thanks Thanks, Drake. Appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. We've been doing a lot of content lately. It's crazy. It's been fun. Here we go. Old River. You're about to get blasted.
Will we expecting visitors? No, sister. We will not.
Visitors are here anyway. Knock, knock, motherfucker. There's a lot of talking and a lot of dying real quick. Nope. Harpo still exists.
Your life has been one long lie.
A lie? Gasp. Alone D. Hi, by the way, you've tried reflect maps both Fizz and Ellie on this, right? I noticed Lily's been telling me we can die to reflect, but I'm like 90% sure I've been doing reflect maps. Okay, cool. I wonder if they just changed it. Maps cannot be reflected? No, but she's worried about it because they can leech and they can gain... Like they're doing some like weird behavior. I'm pretty sure I've done reflect myself too, so. But yeah, I even messaged her on Discord and she was like, I'm pretty sure you're trying to bait a rip clip. That's my Lily impression. I was like, no! Perfect, thanks. Oh, it's over. Damn. I want chaos clusters. I have a full guide on this build. It's on YouTube, but it's basically by over summoning totems. Okay. There's a reason your frenzy jam at 20 instead of 1. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change the mana cost. Remember that you can just like click these now. You don't have to remember that you don't have to like go hand them into Sin. So you can just go like bonk bonk bonk. And now they're all inside me. Less damage taken from damage over time. Why no Plague Bearer? I'm using Plague Bearer. My W. Character ban. It's on YouTube, Barney. Butterfly Blood? Oh, yeah, I'll think about doing that at some point. I'll look into it. A lot of open gems. I am leveling in Butterfly Blood. It's so funny how much damage we have. So I want to get my physical damage taken as elemental to 100%. And I want to run elemental flasks. Yeah, they apply wither. You have very fast wither stacks on this, I would assume.
This way, exile. We need not the fruit, just the juice.
Blade Blast? No, but I think Lily does. Yeah, you wouldn't use a Mage's Blood on Pathfinder. It's worse. You make a different character for Mage's Blood, usually. Like Flask Effect is still good, but like yeah, any other node would be pointless. Flask Effect is good though. Blade Blast last thing, yeah, I think she maybe did Blade Blast this thing too. I know she did a lot of testing for it. I'll keep that. How long have we been? 10 hours on this. It's 87 AFK time in there, but
I give you to the earth.
too much.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Indies must no, it has to be used. It has to be used. It doesn't work with that node at all. There's less recovery, which we cannot use. Let's see. How are we doing on Elder Guardians and stuff? I feel like we're pretty low. Man, I only have 2. This is kind of fucked. I'm not getting like any boss maps. I'm just getting invites. Getting a lot of invites, but still. Or not invites. I'm not even getting that. I'm getting master missions. Getting a lot of those. The plan right now, I want to get the hello. Oh, contains Sacred Grove. That's nice. I'm trying to get Slave Driver's Hands. That would be the biggest thing. And Taste of Hate. My god, the cooldown recovery. Yeah, Slave Driver's Hands is what I want the most. Could do like a mini respec and start running Incursion on this character. It's good XP anyway. We have 21 missions. Honestly, I think we do that. And if we hit it, I think about not running this. I hate it. How do we farm Slave Drivers? I have the glove, I just need the vial, so I just need to spam Incursion. It drops off the trap room, level 3. Okay, I think we do that. Sora the Divine and my life loss, basically. Okay, we remove those. And then I need a few more points. I could take that from Kirak. Anything else I can take it off that I don't really care about? I think that's enough. I need Van more. Yeah, let's start running Incursion. I think that's the play.
Hello.
Chamber, nice. Yeah, I have 20. We're seeing bleed? I think the only way to make bleed viable right now is with snipe.
Justin,
Other than that, it's not in a very good spot. It's not really the league to do bleed. Poison's kind of like the king at the moment. Why are you so tanky? Huh? There you are. Do that. Bleed, Rain of Arrows feels great. Really? That's cool.
Just yet.
Bleed, Reaper, Jug is sort of alive. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. I do wanna do my... Yeah. I wanna do, what do you call it as well?
Just in time. It's time.
My gem heists. Warehouses. This character would be really nice for New King Legion bosses. Ow. You can probably get dot cap damage on this for a jug.
Good job.
Definitely something I'm looking into eventually. Like, the damage is just ridiculous on this. It is ridiculous. Well, a lot of people are going for obliteration, which is just 300% damage too, because even with 300% damage you can still get crazy damage. I haven't been able to get it on an obliteration yet, but that'd be really fun. And the explosions will poison as well. It's global chance to poison, and they're chaos. That would be pretty cool.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Hello.
Video and PoE tools is one of your best. Thank you. Glad you like it. That was Cry's idea, I think. I remember. We've got a lot of videos out now. Let's run to the boss. This is a good way to level my character anyway. I haven't had like any close calls since I got the increased fist damage taken as, so seems like it's pretty playable. And I'll just like not do Crucible and stuff right now. This is a Totem Suicide Explosion. I don't think they'd ever do that, Ben. I don't know. Maybe. So powerful. Be fun for sure. Don't see them doing it though. 6 Ballista Totem, you're missing the Anoint. You are not following the Anoint. Oh my god, is this how tech support feels when they know exactly what the person is struggling with without even looking anything up? I am tech support. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yes, yes it is. Are you sure your computer is plugged in, sir? Alright, this should be good. First, you ask if they have it turned on. Yeah. Have you farmed your Taste of Hate yet? Nope. 5 out of 9 cards, but I'm not farming for it right now. Whether I'm not doing maps, I can drop it. Okay. Right now I'm farming for Slave Driver's Hands.
Just in time.
If I had this, I could do in Malformation actually.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
And like a few, like with tech support can be like really, really frustrated when you know what you're doing and you like get the like basic stuff. And I had like a few experiences with it. I had like a really like frustrating Virgin Media connection where it would keep halving itself because it was too far away from like the main port kind of thing. So since it couldn't find a stable connection, it would keep like halving its speed until it found a stable connection. And since it never found one, it would just keep halving itself. And they couldn't turn that off. So eventually they put a notice on my account just saying like, oh, if he asks for a reset, just like reset his speed. And that was fine. I like survived like that for like a year, and it was really frustrating, like just having to call like every 3 days at getting my speed reset. After like a year of doing this and just being like, oh my god, is there no better way? I call and there's this girl and she's like, sorry sir, I see that there's a note here on your account saying to ignore troubleshooting and just reset your account for you, but I'd really like to have a crack at it if you don't mind, sir. Can you please go to your router and try turning it off and on again? And I was like, put me through the cancellations, please. And she was like, sorry, sir, could you repeat that? And I was like, yeah, please just put me through the cancellations. I couldn't reset my modem one more time. I was like, no, sorry, you lost me. That was it. And then I switched over to BT, and they were a lot better in general, at least where I lived. And I had BT in my new apartment after that, and Skype had like a IP leak, so somebody basically managed to get my IP address through Skype and started DDoSing me while I was streaming. And then I called BT and I was like, hey, this is what's happening, this is what I think needs to be done, can I get some help? And they're like, okay, this seems pretty advanced, I'm gonna put you through to a senior technician. And I'm instantly just like, oh, formed, huge. I'm instantly just like the McMahon vibe. I'm like, oh yes. And then I get put through to like a senior technician and he's like, hey, tell me a little bit more about the situation, and are you streaming on Twitch or YouTube? And I just fucking came on the spot. Am I streaming on Twitch or YouTube? You know what those words mean? Oh my god, dude. Fuck. Ah, that's fine. I felt so good, dude. We can do a Maven after this then.
I can't do this just yet.
Entertain me. Feel your life drain away. Shadow, rise and fight. Time to up the stakes. Handle this. Mortal flesh is so fallible. Feel your life drain away.
I'm actually scared of Phoenix.
Grasp your mortality tightly. Until next time.
I'm just not getting any awakened gems. I hate it.
Reap this bounty. How long will I be kept waiting?
Okay, any vile quiver. Any quiver. River. Man, I like, the worst thing is that I had one and I didn't pick it up. Because when would I ever normally use one? I wouldn't. Now there's no I always pick up every Shaper shield. Well, everyone that I see and pay attention to anyway. On this build, not if you're not on any of these. Not on champion either. Any good shield? No. Any good shield? Almost. But no. Alright, we can do Maven. Maven. Maven, mate. In-game music.
Comes to join.
For who? Wait, she has reflect? Pain will be returned tenfold. I don't like the side of that. You know the beam always focuses on the platform you came from. So you always know where it's gonna start. I should have crazy damage against the nucleus because it's so large. Oh, I do. That's goodbye. Uber Maven should be pretty good on this build. Manly noises. Nothing more manly than not caring about what other people think of you. Doesn't get better than that.
Resistance will be punished. Time controls.
And take it.
Scary. Scary.
My irritation is growing. This will not be an escape. Scurry, scurry.
Left. Left.
A cascade of pain.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. That MTX looks dope. That MTX is unironically pay to win because it makes the ground a lot easier to see. It's kind of stupid. I think it's kind of stupid. Like the default skin is like hard as fuck to see. Death will never come for an immortal. You're no immortal. You're a thief. Awaken Ellie Focus would be the biggest thing we can get. Yeah, literally pay to see.
Scurry, scurry. Stand still. Take this.
Awaken Ellie Focus. Awaken Ellie Focus. Awaken Ellie Focus. Awaken Ellie Focus.
The living toy must enjoy our contests.
No Awaken Gem at all.
Play. You and I should do this again soon.
Children are capricious.
So it's more damage. Like it's better than what I'm currently using. But for an endgame bow, you want a hunter one because the chance to poison on hit doesn't work. Like that's a local chance to poison on hit. It's better than the temporary one I have crafted. So if that's your temporary one, then yeah, that's fine. Wow. Time on stream? Just how long I've streamed today. Uber Maven, sorry, Uber Cyrus gives Awakened Gems, but not normal Cyrus.
Hey, YouTube.
There. YouTube Gem. But yeah, it's just because the chance to poison is local. Right.
Greeting.
Two more.
Hello.
Hello. But the poison damage will work, obviously. Yeah. Artillery ballista. Oh, the proof of concept video is the only one I have open so far. Oh, you know what? I should do... Well, I don't need to.
Let's go.
It's an Explodey. How do you craft it? So for a basic one, you don't even need to craft it. You could just... My first bow that I was doing to kill 216s, I just had resists on it. And then you can just use alterations until you hit +1 and craft +2. For crafting the more advanced one, I would wait until you have one that has the 75% mod and 600% explode. And then it's the same as crafting a TR bow. You must harvest.
You must harvest. This way, exile. We need not the fruit.
Yeah, I just think I might wait with the highest gem blueprint because it's not a rush and I have a 100% chance to poison right now. And all it does is give me some damage, so...
Never panics firing scissors laser.
Thank you, no. How expensive would this build be to get set up on Trade League? 20C? 20C and you can do Reverse? I wouldn't buy anything for the build, I would just like farm it yourself. Cause like, it's like super expensive right now for whatever reason, but it takes you like very, very short to get them. Just like unveil or like Crucible bows until you get it. I've got like loads of them on. But people are trying to charge an insane amount. People are charging 3 divines for like a leveling weapon. Which you don't need a leveling weapon, obviously you just level with anything else and respec a bit. You can do it on any weapon. The reason we do bow is because quivers can get poison chance that is global.
Just in time. It's time.
Is there a Pathfinder version of this build? Is there a Pathfinder version of my Pathfinder? Yeah. There is.
Good job.
Thanks. Fuck paracetamol tastes like shit. You're not supposed to like chew it. You know, I kind of want to try Shrek on this build. Just to see how it feels. Worst case scenario, just ditch it, right? What do I even take next? What does I have? He has damage and shit. I don't want damage.
But beware, nature protects itself.
I can take that actually.
But do not forget.
You must win this one for me, my
Foolish maiden, come to feed me, champion. Slaughter.
And not as much damage as my artillery ballista. Oh wait. No, don't do it. No. Whoa, fuck, that was scary. Fuck, that was scary. I hate that move. Where he like comes up slowly. That's not bad for very few damage nodes. Hate this guy, it's so annoying. My artillery ballista still has more. Fuck, I don't even know how much damage my artillery ballista has. Kinda cracked. You're still missing fast nodes from the bottom? Yeah. I can take those next. Ah, Cyrus is so much better. Cyrus was so much better at the start when he launched before Reddit started complaining. That tilted me. Because like, you had so much more control over the balls. Any weapons are... I try to combine it? I mean, you could do. Getting Mage Bane definitely wouldn't be bad. But it would suck if you lose the 70% mod, because that's kind of rare. I have like a description on the filters, so it should say when to switch to them. It's in the description. Quite sure what the description is, but it should say the description somewhere. Like the first one's until yellow maps, then until red maps, basically. Cool. I haven't had the twins once. Wait, I didn't put incursion on this one. Oh no. Oh
I'm not
no,
up to
no,
that just
no.
yet.
Ow. Can't wait to get my Ellie potions up. You must harvest. Oh yeah, actually on that bow I would like probably like imprint and like not risk it. I would imprint. Because you can get a really nice bow, to be honest. I would imprint on the one that has the explode. Alright, let's find the incursions.
Just in time.
Just in time.
Time to go.
Artillery, sure.
Good job, Exile.
Thanks.
Just there you are. It's time. Hello.
All of the lords. No thanks. I don't care about Aziri right now. It's kind of sketch actually.
Good job, Exile.
I kinda wanna do this in malformation actually. I'm gonna switch over after these. Behold! Okay, there's one more incursion. Getting a lot of missions, 47 INR. I wanna have like 100 missions. It'd be a big boost for me.
Just there you are.
Boss chamber. Let's go. Okay.
Good job.
We saw mana issues. It's in the build guide. Sorry, the divine. Yeah, I will be right back. Then we're gonna go see if we can get the vial. Be right back.
Thank you, everyone, for being on time. We have a lot to cover. The mark is in the rear of the dining hall. Cast, you're up first. You'll need to crack the lock and get us inside. Once we're in, Talina will use the vents to bypass patrols. There's a steel barrier that blocks access to the hall. Tibbs, can you handle it? Great. Then Isla just needs to bridge the gap. There's enough in that bunker for all of us to live very comfortably. If we stick to the plan, we should have no trouble at all. If we stick to the plan.
Redog 63 is firing Ziz's laser.
There's enough in that bunker for all of us to live very comfortably. If we stick to the plan, we should have no trouble at all. If we stick to the plan.
Alright, let's see if we get the vial. We want the vial. There's nothing else in here that's good.
We did it. Get
At
ready.
all. Right, alright, thank you for the 1 year resub. D4 in 15 minutes.
Dust and rot.
Yeah, I'll watch that.
Treasure. We're close. Time to make history. At last.
So many people are tagging me in the Undecember changes. I wonder if they literally changed everything. Sounds like they... Well, I haven't read it yet. I actually want to read it because people are saying they moved to like PoE monetization, which would be like fucking poggers because the game's really cool.
You must have really shown them how much they wanted to protect themselves.
They'll play, yeah, me too. I mean, it's a great game. You're really cool. Thanks. You too. I'm gonna go in here and open it just in case. It's an Unlightened. All I care about. $84 outfit. I don't mind that. Like they can, any game can charge as much as they want for their cosmetics. Oh damn, Soraya. The cosmetics are like the way I look at cosmetics is cosmetics should be as expensive as whatever makes the game developers the most amount of money. Is the way I look at that. And then as long as everything else is like super fair or cheap. Because cosmetics is where I want them to make a lot of money. Not in anything that changes the way the game is made. Oh wow. It's a little sketchy. Yeah, but I mean... Yeah, it's hard to do though. Video like that. 4 weapons. Yeah, you don't need to though. Just level with something else. The only reason I did that is because content.
I'm not one to stereotype.
Damn. I do love jewelry.
That would only slow me down.
Alright. Doing with them later, true.
No reward.
I think the step-by-step should be in the TR guide for how to craft it. I remember right. I went to Hunter Exalted Orb and stuff. Or are you not gonna Hunter Exalted Orb? If you're not gonna Hunter Exalted Orb, the bow you had was fine, like I said. As a temporary bow, it's good because the damage still matters. It's just the chance the poison doesn't. Like, all you need is +1 gems with damn it. All you need is +1 gems with anything useful, really. And then craft +2 support gems for the Empire. No, the dominance can always drop. Dominance can always drop. You can use any influence orb and swap to Hunter. Right. Yeah, it was bow gems on first, so I wouldn't have done anything. Right, yeah. Oh, bow gems. Right, yeah, bow gems doesn't work. You should be stocking your rejo and support into the bow then. Yep. What I have. My Empire level 3 is a level 6 Empire. This spell could work. This can will work on anything. It's the most damage for least investment you can get. Oh, nice skills. How do I import the build? You're just misspelling my name. It's just Zizaran. Same as my Twitch name. You're probably adding an extra letter or something. Scary. It's fine. I'm gonna be doing Crucible on this character until I get my defense up. And then I'll be so tanky eventually. Oh, fucking the incursion rooms.
Just in time.
Ah. I do want that. I want all the 6 sucks. Yeah, I want to try Jordan.
History repeat. Every incursion. Time to go.
On artillery ballista it does, not on this build. There's nothing in this build.
Good job. Just in time.
Just in time.
Let's go.
I want a vial of dominance.
Good job, Exile.
Good job, little buddy.
Just in time. Ah, there you. Let's go.
And I'm just trying to get more of the trap gloves in case I end up finding multiple vial of dominances, then I can like double craft them and shit.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Also get the Katarina helmet would be good for my other build. Taste of Hate would be good for just any Pathfinder. How many things we need right now?
Good
And
job.
now we rush the
Exile.
boss. I wonder how much damage either of those builds have now.
Exile.
It's hard to tell. What's the average? The reveal. Oh, I don't know. I did like 300 bows and got it like 10 times or something. I don't know. Just keep doing the bows and hoping they get it.
My mana is gone.
Where did it go? I did 300 bows and got none. I don't know, sounds unlucky. I just recommend being luckier in the future. This seems super rare. Nurse. No good. Did I farm for a high eye level unique? I need quill ring that can 6 any quill ring can 6 Like, there's no item level on 6 thinking. There's just a item level on 6 socketing, and you can always just socket for 350 with the bench. So you could just click on a bow and then go down to sockets and do 6 sockets for 350 jewelers. You don't need to try to farm a high level quill ring, although it's not. I wouldn't really try to 6 think a quill ring. That's not really worth it, but.
Hello.
Hello.
This way, exile.
Wow. Not even multiples.
Just in time. Ah, it's time.
There's 17 incursion missions. That's not a lot. You're not tired after 6 hours of streaming? If I'm tired after 6 hours of streaming? 6? No. I'm not tired after 6 hours of streaming. That is nothing. He's new, don't bully. Yeah, but 6 hours of doing anything is like a very low amount of time. That's like very, very low. Most people work 8 hours? Yeah. Like if I was like 20 hours into the stream and he asked that, I would understand the question, but I don't understand it after 6 hours. Fuck, do you guys remember, for the old schoolers, do you guys remember that TwitchCon I was at and I was interviewed on stage and like all the streamers were talking about what their schedule looked like? Do you remember? And like everyone else was like, oh, I stream like 4 hours a day, I stream like 6 hours a day. And then I was like, yes, I do like 30, 32 hour sessions and then I sleep 4 hours and then I go again. And the others were like, are you okay? That was fun.
Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit.
That was a good time.
Hello.
Good Marner.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Good job.
Like, no, I'm not okay. They're saying 5 fusings? Oh, nice. I do 2 maps and go AFK for an hour? Yeah, but to be fair, honestly, I think most of us are... most of us are just impressed you're still around at your age, Bertini. Like, just that in itself is an achievement. Most people would have mummified by now.
Just in time. Ah, there you. Let's go.
I love you.
Good job.
We have fun here. Here. Give glove mile, please. I don't have my cluster that I want either for my other build. I want an 8 chaos cluster and I want a medium totem. I don't have like anything. I did not inspect into delirium, but I feel like I've been doing every fucking thing I've seen. Should have some.
This way, exile.
Mostly just checking harvest for legendary ones. Neeks. Hello, Mama. How you doing?
Well done.
Oh, very nice.
Place to deploy a tower.
7.
Exile, are you going to build a tower as I've so kindly requested?
I will absolutely build towers for you. This is going to be 7 blight rewards. That means I have a reasonable chance, at least for some blight maps.
Please do not test
Maybe
my
even
limits.
gold oils.
Patience is not something I possess great quantities of. Build the tower, Exile. Now.
You love to see it. That's several blight maps. Several blight maps. That's so nice. I should do like a blight map spree. There are nodes you can take that have that help the blight maps themselves, right? Can only help blights in maps.
Beauty will grow from your remains. Just in time. Ah, there you are. It's
Wonka S. Looks very intimidating. Ariani chamber. Well, that sucks because I don't have enlighten, and all I want is enlighten.
good job.
Good job, little buddy. Oh! Was that a revenant? It has to have been a revenant, right? Or was it DD? I don't even know. Ah, this is why I didn't want to play on this build, but people kept asking me if I'd given up on this build. I don't really know what killed me. Actually, I have no idea. No, that's why I didn't put the level 4 Empower in. That's why I didn't put the level 4 Empower in, because I was scared of dying. I wanted to waste it until Taste of Hate. Nothing much would have saved me there, though. What killed me? Good job, little buddy. Maybe there's a DD? Oh! DD, right? It's kind of hard to see. Like, that's just like... There's just a normal monster that gets DD'd. How is that enough to kill me? How is that enough to kill me? Just a normal monster gets DD'd. No, it's a corpse detonation. Okay, well, I didn't really lose much. I just can't play this build for a while. I'm dumb. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to use Empire 4. Right, I can level Rejuve Totems though. Yeah, that was a good decision. No, it wasn't the Stygian that killed me. It was the it was the little dude that does the corpse explosion. That was what killed me.
Be well.
That sucked.
I can't do this.
Now you can make it a juggernaut at least. I don't know, that's so bad clear. I really want one of them to be a Pathfinder too. I just want to have enough defenses. I do have another 16 lightning quill. Oh, I can't even do the incursion here. Yeah, it was just one of those, the experimenters. I've never seen a character die to a normal monster being DD'd though. Ever. That's crazy. I just don't understand how that killed me. I can't believe it. I've never seen that before.
I believe in traveling light.
Double check the fire rest. Maybe you're unkept after some rest changes. What was my character called? Giga OP. DD is detonate dead. No, I'm super camp. So I had my purity of elements up. I have 75. 75 fire rest. Crazy. DD's mega doo-doo is like the dumbest thing. It's the #1 thing that's killed me in the game. Like, there's nothing else I've died to even remotely close. No, like, this is what's the... It's just map boss gains. Yeah, perplexity, you can do that. Extra visible lightning as the boss? Man, I wasn't aware I was fighting the boss. I was unaware. I thought the boss was in this boss room. I don't know. I have no idea why I died. That was weird, dude. That was just really weird. I definitely would have survived if I'd waited, because then I would have had a ruby flask. But like, people kept asking every 3 seconds, like, why aren't you playing the build? So I was like, fuck it. I'll play the build. I should have just like went with my gut and waited until I got the taste of hate. Annoying. Chat's fault? No, it's my fault. Stupid. No, it is DD. We saw that. We saw that it was DD. So frustrating, dude. At least I didn't lose anything. I mean, I lost an empire. Yeah, it's a DD death. Oh, yellow. Very frustrating. I hate dying to DD, dude. It's the #1 thing I've died to. Could there been a fire and damage modifier that multiplied it? Nope. Ugh.
Greetings.
It's so frustrating. I hate dying to DD. It's so dumb. It's actually just such a stupid mod. I've never ever died to a rare monster getting DD'd before though.
Just in time.
Ever. That's so stupid. Their build that can even tank DD from normal monsters? Yeah, like nearly any build.
We found. Have a look at.
It's just like what normally kills you with DD is if the boss or an exile gets DD'd. Or if it's Revenants, because that's like 5 things being DD'd. But like just a normal monster like that, I have no fucking idea how I died. There's no crazy map mods. I hadn't clicked shrines. I just fucking got deleted. I have, it's crazy. Yeah, strong boxes can be rippy as well, same reason. Like this character can't die as much to that because I remove corpses with Asenats, but... So like this character wouldn't have died to what just killed me because there would be no corpse to DD.
Just in time.
It's not a fist, it's fire damage.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
Totem Explodey. To be fair, like hardcore is more accessible than ever. Like there's very, very few unfair deaths compared to what it used to be. But yeah, that was a doozy. That was an odd one, dude. What do you craft quiver? This one? Essence of Woe.
Good job, Exile.
Right. I'm gonna farm until I have the gear I want, and then I'll start playing the build. Edge.
Just in time.
I can play with me now.
I can't do this just yet.
There'll be no second play with me.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
Here, Carto.
Good job, Exile.
Unless I do it on a different class, then maybe I'll do a play with me. If I want to look into doing it on a Juggernaut, that doesn't need Taste of Hate though. I mean, I do want to do it on a Jug, but then I need Glorious Vanity. Just, I think the clear will be so annoying on that. See if I can get his Zabakwa. Because I don't even need a 16th 4th Vow. Bruh, what the fuck is that burning run? The hell? Aggie, thank you for the 16 months. Oh, Monka. Oh yeah, Steel told me that thing one-shots.
Failure unless firing Ziz's laser.
Hey, you're dead, kid. Okay. Totem explode on a Marketh bow, but it is 400%. Not right now, Valley. No, they're not gonna nerf the Totem explode. There's nothing to nerf. It doesn't exist next league. What's up? I died. I'm sad. Vibe off. Oh, damage is good at least. Could do it 3-way and see if I get his Abakwa. Thanks, Thyroid.
Sorry about
Maybe I do make a jog and do Pathfinder if I ever find a taste of hate.
Rejoice! The queen has deemed worthy
More totem placement speed.
yield and think.
Oh man, this is gonna be easy.
My arrows tasted slaver blood. But who
Holy. They can kill all 3 pretty easily here.
The Emperor's will is law.
What's the next build project? Just focusing on this one. Oh, I'm overkilling so hard. I can probably like cooldown do 4 ways. I'm pretty sure.
your sacrifice is not without value.
That's so nice, dude.
Make a fine quiver, slaver. Stay, dog.
No, Blast Train is just for Wither stacks. Blast Train doesn't do damage. Holy fuck. I have insane damage.
Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice. No,
It's funny.
too long since my arrows tasted.
Okay, please drop me a glorious vanity. That's all I care about.
Traitor! The Emperor's will is law.
Rejoice! The queen has deemed you worthy of sacrifice. No,
I didn't think this build would be this good for Agent.
with your blood.
We have Val Haste for basically every boss.
Your rebellion ends here.
Do not weep. Your sacrifice is not without value. We will take the earth with your blood.
You cannot destroy that which is eternal.
Get at least one more in.
I can't do this just yet.
Darkness, we are your illumination. Make a fine quiver, slaver.
One more of him. No! Clarice, 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 Clarice. No. If I got it, I could have done a new build. Alright. Rip. No new build. Sailing looks cool. Vaccination. Right.
Greeting.
Team shamanism. Oh man. Ugh. I am tilt. What are you gonna level next? Nothing. Farm on this for a while. What I should have done, I shouldn't have been playing that character. I'm annoyed. This one arrow, no. Would be nice though. When's the D4 stream supposed to be? I can't remember. I'll watch it when it starts. $40 minutes. Nice.
I can't do this just yet.
Dying anguish.
Just let's go.
Potato DD, yeah. Not a fan. Not a fan of DD.
Good job.
Didn't even see it, or I would have like not backtracked into it. It's like so hard with the visual clarity being what it is. The hunger. I was literally sitting in this map thinking I should have just fucking gamble it and throw it down mid and then just never play the build if I lose the cards, but now that I'm on 6 out of 9, that feels better. I'll just finish farming it. Yeah, an opacity slider on skills is what we've been asking for a very long time.
Time to go.
Ah, 50% chance. Damn it. How rare are the cards? Pretty rare. Pretty rare, to be honest.
Good job.
Wanna click and go? Yeah, I feel that. I feel you. Otherwise, I could have not backtracked. If I didn't backtrack, I wouldn't have died. I just didn't see them, so I didn't know there was anything to be worried about backtracking into. Oh, finally. Hello. Oh, I'm degen. Jewelers! I don't want jewelers, I want fuses.
Just
I can't do this just.
ah, it's time.
Arcane room or gem cutter. This build we get such a damage boost by hitting the getting the diadem.
Good job, X.
And then again, oh, what the fuck, dude? Bro. Things need to chill with trying to kill me. Holy fuck, dude. If you died, you would have rage quit 110%? Oh, absolutely. 100%. Business Ellie, you don't really need more damage. You have so much. Probably mines. Alright, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do because fuck it. Is that all we're gonna do? No, we're not even gonna do that. There. Yeah, this is what we'll do. Explodey turn with that bow? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. No, I have not found a knight yet. I have on power. I have on power level 4 even. This is very nice. Very happy with that. I'm so happy that I at least went with my gut feeling of not using the Empire. At least I didn't really lose much. Just annoyed at myself for playing it in the first place. I wonder if there's something else I could play on Juggernaut to level faster.
I can't do this just yet.
Could update the card count. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we could play Bone Zone Jug to level.
Just in time. Ah,
RF is not pretty quick on low gear. RF is slow as fuck on low gear. Okay, how about we shove some Despot Axes. We shove some Despot Axes in. If we get like a nice one, like global attack speed on a Despot Axe, then we craft like an okay weapon.
good job.
Yeah, Bone Stone is Bone Sounder. Welcome to the Bone Zone, where dreams are made and legends are real. Alright, we'll do that. Boom. Nothing better than Despot Axe, right? I'm pretty sure Despot's the best. Bone Zone can't die to DD at least. Yeah. Very, very nice. Doesn't even need SNS. Alright. Okay. Give Despot X, please. I'm desperate. Ah, get it.
Ah, let's go.
Dorianis. Can you make a 1kx relatively deterministically? I'm gonna make like a 2000x to cheer myself up.
Good job.
Yeah, I don't.
Exile.
I'm just gonna do some Reforge Fizz and just get a GG weapon, no problem.
I can't do this just
Honestly,
yet.
what about alt crafting? Merces into flaring. Honestly, if I get one with like global attack speed, that is enough to make a pretty good one.
Just in time.
Welcome to the great.
Ah, there. Let's go.
Alright, I could keep this until I get... So then I have the upgrade room ready to go. Oh, maybe I should just YOLO it.
Good job, Exile.
Just keep scaling that, and then what's really fun, at least in my opinion, is like choosing the next build based on cool things you drop. Right, I'm gonna take a quick break and then we're gonna try to fuel Despot Axis. You're back.
Exile has tested you, my brother. Now let's see what God has to say. I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, Exile. I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man. Garou. I offered the gift of exile. You used it to reinvent yourself. I couldn't wish for a more potent toast. It is woman's purpose to tempt and try the will of man. Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist. God is watching. Goodbye, the master that called you here, witch. This world is an illusion, exile. It is time you saw what real sacrifice is. The touch of God!
I don't know. I've only tried Pathfinder Poly. I can see Chieftain being really nice. Yeah, I'll watch the D4 stream.
It's time.
Time? Alright, all I care about is getting the like global attack speed thing. That'd be really nice.
Good job, Exile.
What I'm doing at the moment, boss rushing with like this Atlas, but with that node, Wandering Path, that's like a really, really good way to get it.
It's time.
Hope I can do instacker this thing, that'd be so sick. What builds I want to do? Autocraft your bow. This was just lucky with Rug. Other than that, it's just like deafening Essence of Wrath. Get lucky. Here is the Crucible. Yeah, the hunger. I don't know. I was doing item level H2 bows. I don't know what the minimum level needed is. I don't have no window. It's so warm in here. I'm dying. Oh, I don't have an Atlas set up for this.
It's time.
Just realized. Levels don't matter for Ballistic Rain. Actually, they matter a little bit, but you get enough just from 21 gem and Awaken Early Focus. If you have a level 21 and Awaken Early Focus, then you get a +1 Ballista. Alright, here's the first Despot Axe. Yeah, there are a few crafting videos. Not any this league though. Alright. Any global attack speed? Base attack speed? No. Nothing. Sells for Igneous Geode. Nah, I can't be fucked. Takes so long to like Crucible them. Yeah, let me open a window real quick. Uh, 84, 83, etc. As long as it's 83 plus. No idea, Sephiroth. Oh. Right. Let me fix my atlas slightly. There's malformation. It's like here. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. Alright. Oh, wait, this is ready.
I did it.
Was this the one I wanted to keep? Yeah, because then I have an Apex of Ascension. Do I have another temple with Ascension? You can click one of your other favorite slots and it'll copy. But that's only good when you want multiple to be the same legacy. When you want them all to be different, you don't want to do that. It doesn't do anything. Oh, they both have Apex of Ascension. This is Apex and Doriani. So does this one. I'll run the high level one then. But yes, I am aware. All good, dude. After 24,000 hours or 25,000 hours, you know most things like that. I go eat dinner for half an hour and you die? Yeah, DD works fast, dude. DD works very fast. I'll go kill the boss first. Don't have a gem I want to corrupt. Thankfully I didn't have my Empire level 4 on me, I was only using level 3. I don't know, we'll look at making a Juggernaut. That'll be in like a week or something. It'll take me a while to get what I need. Hopefully I get the vial now. Actually, that would tilt the fuck out of me. Good do Hall of Heroes as well. Oh, nice, Sensley. What happens if I use a GSP on an alternate quality gem? It gains 1 quality.
I do love the stink
It does what it says on it.
This better be worth it.
No, Tanya. Don't know, Sadir, never tried. Did not hit it. Sucks.
I can't do this just yet.
Alright, let's run back down and then we'll put belt in or something. I could ascend one of the jewels actually. Yeah. I could ascend. I don't know which jewel is the best. Maybe the green one. I could do the green one, because that's useful for movement speed. Why not? Why not? Oh, red nickels. Those pantheons. Moment. Both on the left. Arrow tower. The stun towers, freeze towers, and meteor. Combination of those. Any chest. Damn it. Delayed damage is so annoying sometimes. It's easy to get strong, but never feels as good as direct damage. I don't know if you would do this on Jug. Pathfinder, pro lifts for free. Champion's really nice for this. Probably mixing builds. If you mean the suicide build, then Jug really tanky boss killer. Pathfinder, easy damage, but you get like the same damage on both. Oh, I need more sextants. Keep that. I don't have any monstrous treasure. I should keep it. Or not. Kinda sucks, but who am I?
My freedom and my bow, that's all I need.
I will live to hear them scream my name in the great arenas again.
The elements are my allies, the dead are my servants, and fear will be my closest friend.
I can't do this just yet.
Damn it. Dude, I swear I never get the maps I want. Where's Fields? You get far away.
The blight is trying to spread! It's branching, exile!
Ooh. Hard to see things. Now that we've been here for a while, might as well finish it.
You're making me nervous!
Is EI easy to start and smooth leveling? Very, yeah. And pivot to a lot of other builds on the champion. A really good starter. Is your Totem live? My damage should increase? Okay.
remembering to solve.
Thank you, Rebel. Thank you for the 7 months, dude. Appreciate every month, dude. It's 8 minutes until the Diablo 4 thing, right? Come on, global attack speed. Global attack speed on flat would be pretty crazy. Huh?
I can't do this just yet.
Hey.
Just in time.
Nope. We have the other Despot Axe. Yeah, the map was quite a lot of dest. Kind of scary boss now. But I did dictator. That's no damage.
Firing Ziz's laser.
Time to go.
Have I ran past any incursion in this map? I'm not actually sure. Where is the... Oh, I see it.
Good job.
We can change me over to the D4 category, Medikey. Red thread, thank you for the prime. Are you guys ready? I'll react super hard.
I believe in traveling light.
Just in time. Ah, there. It's time.
Oh, please be a hunger. Done, thanks. What's my title? Yeah, I really want to play Doom Blast. Reacting hard, perfect. I will react hard.
Good job.
Damn it. That ain't a hunger. Oh, god damn it. Forgot an incursion at some point.
I can't do this just yet.
Let's go find the last one and then it's reacting time. Emotional and cognitive response to the Diablo 4 stream. Thank you all. I'm very excited to give you a nice, enjoyable viewing experience as I react for the first time to this new content expressed by Blizzard Entertainment.
Save. Time to go. Hello.
Good job, Exile.
I'm gonna do the totem build. It died because I started playing it before I should. People kept asking about it so much, so I was like, fine, I'll start playing it, and then I died, now I can't play it anymore. I'm kind of tilted at myself for not just waiting until I had a taste of hate.
Meteors fall from the sky, and the monsters get harder. We really want to create new experiences for the players. There's one I really like called Whispers of the Dead.
That's why I hate people? No, I should have just not fucking done it.
The Tree of Whispers is grim
How's the
and a little
volume?
gruesome, but it's also something mystically haunting and kind
Bond,
of
thank you for the
beautiful.
2 months.
The tree has a little bit of a grudge against our players, and it would like for them to go serve its needs. So you're going to go serve these bounties, gather different rewards, different items, and bring them back to the tree in hopes that it can exchange you something really meaningful.
Maybe you're going to go to the Fractured Peaks and take out some werewolves that are rampaging in a town. They're contained activities that you can do alone or in a group. We really wanted to create variety for people to be able to spend time where they wanted to in the world. It's very cool the way it's been put together, and I can't wait for people to see it, to be honest.
In Diablo 4, we have a focus on the world of Sanctuary, and there are parts of that world that we call the Fields of Hatred, where Lilith's presence in Sanctuary has begun to seep through and manifest these poisonous areas throughout the world. When players go to these regions, they get to engage in player versus player conflict.
These offer opportunities for the player to collect shards, but there is a little bit of a catch. In order to get these shards back to town, you will need to purify them. Other players will definitely know that you're attempting to purify your shards, so you'd better be prepared to fight if you're going to be playing any PvP, and be prepared that you might lose some stuff in the meantime.
Once they've got the purified shards, they can take these, go back to nearby towns to sell them, and then use that to buy a whole bunch of interesting cosmetic items and rewards.
It's a place for people who really love PvP and want to still get loot and still increase their character's power. If that's the way they want to play, they can.
Launch is just the beginning. One of the things we're really focused on is creating a living, breathing set of updates for players to engage with after the game has gone live.
It's really just going to be a way to keep coming back and experiencing more Diablo 4 in fresh ways.
We're really eager to hear all of your experiences and just enjoy the entire story with you all.
Here we go. Here we go.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and welcome to the next Diablo 4 developer live stream update. I'll be your co-host. I'm a YouTube content creator and professional Diablo fan, and I want to thank the Diablo team for having me here today. We're going to be diving into some juicy topics, and we have with us some folks who'll take us through those. We have with us...
Hi, I'm Joe Shelley. I'm the game director for Diablo 4, and for folks watching us here and keeping an eye on chat, please keep an eye on the cameras. If they start spinning end over end, you know we had a bad problem and we're not going to space today.
Fair. Okay, I'm Joseph Pipora. I'm the Associate Game Director for Diablo 4.
And I'm Adam Fletcher. I'm the Associate Director of Community for the Diablo franchise. So we have a lot to talk about today. We have Riker here. Thank you again, Riker, for joining us to be our host for this actual live stream itself. And we did want to actually do a few quick agenda items and so forth beforehand. Just a reminder to everyone that Diablo 4 obviously is coming out in June, and you can still pre-order. Yeah. We do have deluxe and ultimate versions available for pre-order, or you can pre-order just the base game itself. But the deluxe and ultimate versions actually give you early access, so there should be a QR code on screen if you want to pre-order for deluxe or ultimate versions of the game. Today, though, we have a ton to talk about. We expect this stream to be about 90
I hate
minutes
how
or
hard
so,
they're pushing the early
We want
access.
to cover a lot of different topics, one being endgame, the other one being some class balance changes in regards to some of the beta feedback that we ended up receiving, as well as the dungeon feedback that we also received during our beta learnings that we actually posted last week. So without further ado, I'm going to stay quiet for most of the stream. you'll see me more towards the end, but I will pass it off to Riker to kind of start.
I'll be on Twitter the whole time. He's very busy.
Yes, I'm looking at chat.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll be looking at chat because we will be doing Q&A afterwards.
True.
But I will pass it off to Riker because obviously, Riker, you've had quite a journey in getting down here, and of course, over the past week, you've been able to play the latest builds of Diablo 4, and we'd love to get your take and kind of hear, like, how was it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So I've been waiting for Diablo 4 since years before.
Imagine if he started saying negative things.
Transforming into Deckard Cain. I mean, look at me.
Literally, imagine if he was saying bad things right now.
For the chance to come to the offices, play the latest build, then getting to come here, getting to experience
That's
it,
the kind of
getting to talk to some awesome people who gave me awesome insight into the build, into the systems, and get to play with decked out characters, endgame builds, seeing all the synergies coming together with the items, the Paragon boards, and everything.
Honestly,
really
I appreciate the chance, but it's kind of
Good to hear.
garbage.
I know one of the first topics that we wanted to jump into was.
No, I mean,
believe
Diablo
it
4
was,
has loads of good features.
Talking a little bit more about the world tiers and the capstone dungeons, I believe.
Yeah, because that's basically the gateway into all the other topics, right? Because we have the world tier system is like the different difficulties, and the capstone dungeons is how you unlock those and then get access to all that end game stuff. So I think we have some footage to show while Joe, you want to talk us?
Yeah, let's talk about this. So yeah,
I will
guess
never
the
be
first
picked
thing
for
I wanna
stuff
talk
like
about
this.
Here is when players are going through the base game experience, they're finishing the campaign, they reach level 50, they get to move into their first world tier content, which is the Nightmare tier. But before they gain access to that, they actually are going to have to go through what we call one of our end cap
You
dungeons.
might be one time.
These are longer and more challenging dungeons.
Not from a company that wants me to say only positive stuff.
They kind of serve as like milestones your players are expected to pass in order to gain access to that next world tier. Now, Riker, when you were playing, you had a chance to actually check out your first end cap dungeon, at least as part of this test. Like, what was your experience playing through this?
Yeah, so the first end cap dungeon, all right. I was one of those guys who was saying veteran difficulty is too easy, crank it up. So end cap dungeon, I think the first one, it's recommended level 50. I was level 45, thought I was a hotshot, went in there. It was a humbling experience. That's how I discovered that, yeah, if you die enough times, you got to go back to town to repair your gear. So hardcore players beware. I had to learn like boss mechanics, study, adjust my build, and eventually put my tail between my legs, go power up a bit more before trying it again.
It'd just be Necro with the Immortal build.
It felt like a really great achievement, very satisfying.
Yeah, these aren't really spaces we expect players to want to go and like try to farm and try to get a lot of things out of. It's more these are milestones, gates for players to pass or to gain access to that Nightmare tier. Once the players actually get into this next world tier 3, they're getting access to a few new features. We're going to talk about a number of them today. So you'll start to see that areas of the world are going to be affected by the Helltide system. You're getting access to Nightmare dungeons. You're going to start to see unique items begin to drop in different parts of the game. And then you're going to start to see sacred and ancestral items also begin to appear in World Tiers 3, and then particularly in 4. And also, in addition to those things, the world, of course, is becoming more dangerous as the players step into Nightmare and Torment tiers, World Tiers 3 and 4, respectively. Monsters can do more damage.
I'm very excited about the end, though, like, unironically.
There's
the more RPGs we get, the better.
Any thoughts on like some of the changes that we made to monsters in World Tiers?
Yeah. You know, one of the things I love about the capstone dungeons functioning as unlocks for the world tiers is that you've got the general gameplay loop of getting more powerful, optimizing your build,
calm,
getting more gear, and then you have something that you're testing yourself against. And then when you defeat that, you move into this entirely new world tier with all of the additional like systems and mechanics and features that unlock. So you're really moving into a place where new stuff is happening. You're unlocking new cool stuff.
Yeah, enemies are more aggressive, they're more accurate, they're faster, they're moving more quickly. You start to deal with champion creatures, which are just more powerful minions that can show up in your elites and be affected in certain ways.
That's right.
Like,
the monsters have certain cooldowns between their attacks. They have logic for how they do targeting. They have projectiles. Some projectiles have seeking, so they can home to some extent. And they have some logic
he says true the way Asmongold does.
Decide which people to target. And so a lot of those different parameters we adjust as you go up in world tiers to make the monsters more threatening, because of course the players are getting more familiar with the game, they're getting more skilled, and they're also getting access to more tools in terms of new abilities through legendary powers or even unique items.
Yeah. One of the things we want to make sure we didn't do too much is
It actually sounds a bit like Asmund.
We could just make the game more difficult by increasing the damage the creatures deal or increasing the amount of hit points they have.
Like a slightly deeper voice
We want to
Asmund.
make sure that the world felt more dangerous as you progress into these higher world tiers, and that requires more work when working with monsters and those various encounters to kind of like create that extra level of challenge.
But it sounds so much like Asmund.
Anything like kind of going from world tiers like 1 and 2 into like world tiers 3 or 4?
Oh, I definitely felt it. You stated it in
Yeah,
the
the more I
difficulty
think about
descriptions. I
it.
guess I just glossed over it, and I just expected more damage, more health. Yeah, I know how difficulty works. But I started to feel, oh, the world just seems more hostile, more aggressive. And that's when I realized, oh, there's a lot more at play in the increased difficulty here than just bigger numbers, which is nice.
There's one more thing I want to talk about with regards to world tiers as well. And this is I'm very excited about this talk in general. I've been waiting to have a lot of these conversations.
That's not what I've heard.
They can kind of convey some of the more interesting depth and complexities associated with some of the systems. So in world
I've heard
tiers,
it's only
you
numbers
gain
from
access
people
to,
playing the in-game beta.
two new sets of itemization tiers. In World Tier 3, you gain access to sacred items, maybe to appear for you. And then World Tier 4, you gain access to ancestral items that could be to drop for players as they're going through those spaces. Now, with the players leveling up from 1 to 50, the items that you're getting from monsters that you're killing are going to be the power is going to be based on their strength and level. So if you are you're playing in the beta and you're killing level 35 monsters for whatever reason, and you're going to be getting slightly more powerful gear as a result of that because the monsters are more challenging and they're going to be dropping better gear for you. But once you have reached level 50, and that basically that flow means that as you're leveling up and you're fighting more challenging things, you're going to continue to like slowly upgrade all of your gear over time. You'll find a ring here, and a helmet there, a pair of gloves. That's great. That's how we want you to kind of like get exposed to itemization systems as you're progressing through initially in the game. But once you get into World Tier 3, things change a little bit. So items that drop you have a chance to be sacred. Not every item in World Tier 3 is sacred by default. The higher the level of the creature that you're fighting, the more likely the chances that items dropped from that creature will be sacred in nature, or also based on the kind of content you're completing. But sacred items, when they drop, they drop at a very large range in terms of the power that they can have. So you could get into World Tier 3, you could kill a pack of elites in your first dungeon.
If it's so different, surely they would show that in videos. It's like, here's what it looks like on Torment level 2, here's what it looks like on 3, look how much more you're being attacked.
Basically is going to have gear in it that goes from level 50 all the way up to level 70.
Instead of just saying it.
Power swing there. Once you get a little bit higher, it's a little more likely to get slightly higher in the range, but it's very likely you can get those really, really great drops really early, which we think is super exciting because we want you to be trying to like always be looking for like just the right ring, and it could show up like your best in slot ring for that for a sacred
I
tier.
really feel like somebody's trying to sell me a vacuum cleaner.
You want to hold on to for the entirety of that tier.
And you're talking about when you're talking about these sacred items, the level requirement for this ring, for example, is not 70, right?
No. So the level, that's a great point, Joe.
I really feel like I'm watching a presentation on a timeshare or something.
So once again, we have trading in the game. If you are level 50 and you get a really, really great ring drop, that's going to be good for not quite your build, but like maybe you're playing a bleed barbarian. And this is really, really good for like a berserk build. Or like
yeah,
a fury
great
build.
point, Jeff. Not only can you go on vacation in July, but also in September. And if you want to, you can choose between January and February.
The required level for the ring itself is level 50 because you got it at level 50. And that's going to raise with the course of time. We think that's going to be super fun for players to chase. And there's more of that as you get into the ancestral tier. But
thank you for the sub.
I think the next thing we're talking about is actually legendary and unique items.
Thank you. Wait,
we've talked a little bit about legendary items in the past. I really want to focus on things that we haven't spent a ton of time discussing, but to give a general overview, legendary items in general are attached to like legendary powers. And these legendary powers, or reverse, legendary powers attached to legendary items. Legendary powers basically are designed to appear on multiple different slots. So, an aspect might appear on an amulet, but it might also appear on gloves, or it might appear on ring, or it might also appear on weapons. These things have a tendency to be in a lot of different places based on the power itself. And we like this because it let players like extract aspects and powers from items and put them into other items that meet these certain criteria. It's fun because we want players to go and be chasing certain fantasies. It helps them kind of like hone in on certain kinds of builds. It gets them excited about the potential of like kind of taking all these different Legos and kind of putting them together.
113% normal damage.
Legendaries, yeah.
Legendaries is what I'm talking about. So once you get all of these legendaries together and you put them together, that's gonna be really, really fun. So that's part of the fantasy we think of legendary items. Did you actually get a chance when you're going through 1 to 50? There's only a certain number of these that are actually available. But when you get into World Tiers 3 and 4, more legendary powers are available. Did you get a chance to see any like new legendary powers as you were playing?
Oh yeah, I mean I definitely got to see a a variety of legendary powers. I got a certain number of drops. Drop rates didn't feel out of control, but you guys gave me some pre-made characters as well that were decked out with builds, and I saw lots of cool synergistic powers that came together to really make a build flow well. And I think my favorite power was probably on actually a unique item, and it was
Can they show us these things?
For the druid that made your werewolf form your true form. So I know a lot of people have been saying,
cool.
hey, can I just be a werewolf all the time?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Yeah, that's the next step, right? So unique items. So unique items only begin to appear when players enter the Nightmare tier. So once you're in World Tier 3, there's a low chance that some of the game's unique items begin to appear for players as they're progressing through the
Gain
sphere.
+4 ranks to all
rare.
skills.
Now, these are huge chase items and opportunities here. Some of them are really important for build making. Some open up a whole different build paths and opportunities for players to go and pursue. These are things that are designed to be really exciting, like what you suggest there.
Rain of Arrows is always imbued with all imbuements at once. Yo, uniques are sick.
You can stay in werewolf form effectively forever with that druid unique. Really, really cool stuff.
Yo, uniques are sick.
Over the course of your level progression as well.
You know, I think I saw Shaco earlier there in the list of unique items.
That's correct. Shaco does make a return, and there's lots of opportunities for us to basically kind of pay homage to the items that came in previous versions of Diablo, previous entries in the series. You'll see a number of different items make returns. Items like Grandfather, Shaco, obviously. You'll see a few familiar, and then a few familiar favorites, and then more over the course of the game's live development.
Also, this is a good way for people to kind of see the new font changes and so forth that based off the beta learnings that we actually ended up posting last week.
Yeah, we'll get more into the beta learnings later in the live stream, where we'll go over them in a lot more depth. But yeah, absolutely, the font was a great example. I mean, I think we added at least 20% more serifs to the
more serifs.
Significantly more serif, yeah.
But no, seriously, people pointed out that the font, while highly readable, and we spent a lot of time thinking about, how the game is going to display on all kinds of different screens, different aspect ratios, TVs, right? And so we want the font to be highly readable in all of those situations.
I'm surprised people cared about the font.
But it didn't feel as much like Diablo as it could have, and so we went back and looked for a font that was still highly readable but had more of a Diablo thing. And it's just a great example of players pointing something out and us being able to react to it.
What's the next thing we want to talk about, Riker? What do you think?
Well, so we have all
What
these
do you
legendary
think?
items. One
As if that's not scripted. That's
Helltide.
beautiful.
It's an activity where, well, I guess you can dive into how exactly you can target farm specific item slots to hunt for specific unique items. And it's going to be one of the main endgame activities that we'll be partaking in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned before, once the player gains access to Nightmare Torment tier, they are going to Nightmare tier. They're going to start gaining. They're going to start seeing some of these new activities. One of them, which is Helltide. Helltide is basically
Script on me. What do you want to talk about?
Running through the world of Sanctuary. The sky turns red. Blood begins to fall from the sky. New monsters begin to appear. Everything is more challenging. New events are going to start showing up, and importantly, as you're killing creatures when you're within one of these Helltide areas, you're going to be getting what we call cinders. It's this new currency players are able to collect while they're specifically within these spaces. And this is great because you get to take these cinders, and as you're wandering through the overworld, you might be running near other players. You might be helping them do events together. Everyone's getting their own cinders as they go. You'll be looking for these Helltide caches you can see here. And these are great to your point about being able to target farm for certain kinds of items. So every one of the caches in the Helltide zone is actually tied to an item slot. And they all have different costs. So you'll be gathering cinders by playing within this space, trying to locate one of the caches that have the item type that you're looking for. Whether maybe you're looking for an amulet or looking for a ring. Maybe you're looking for a Shaco. So you're looking actually to go find a helmet cache and want to keep trying to go after the helmet cache and the rare, desperate hope that you're going to get exactly the unique item that you're looking for, right? That's cool. We want to give you some of that opportunity to target farm a little bit. But there's actually a lot of opportunity here too. So one of the things that's one of my personal favorite parts of the Helltide system is the idea that the players there's an extra set of stakes, right? When the player's running around with these cinders, they have the chance if they die, they're going to lose about half of their cinders every time they fall. And they don't drop on the ground; they're gone. So you have to be very careful about when you're looking to overextend as part of the combat experience in order to farm more cinders, get to the cache that you're looking for.
Confirm hardcore PvP, please.
You are putting yourself at more risk the more you try to gather, and the greedier you get, the more likely it is that you're going to lose things.
That's right, and there's a time limit on Helltide too, right?
That's right. Helltide is only active, like the Force of Hell only arrive for about an hour during when they are actually active. And different areas of Sanctuary are picked for Helltide Zone each time it rotates and moves around. So you need to make good use of your power. And if you leave a Helltide Zone, those cinders are gone. You have to spend them. So if you see that the clock is ticking down, you're getting 5 or 4 or 3 minutes away from the end of the Helltide, you got to find yourself a cache to kind of deposit those things.
Yeah, absolutely. My experience, I first jumped into a Helltide event with, I think, 23 minutes left on the clock. So I start by, okay, I'm scouting out the different chests or caches to see, okay, which is the one that has the slot that I'm looking for, what are the different costs, and then I'm doing some quick math. Okay, I'm gathering cinders at about this rate per minute, I have this many minutes left. Okay, I think I could afford the most expensive, the weapon slot, and I got to backtrack to that place in order to get there. And then I died. And I'm like, okay, recalculating.
Yeah.
Okay, how much time do I have left now? And okay,
like
okay,
GPS,
so quickly. Yeah. And then I died again. And like, better luck next time. Another hour before the next one comes around, I'll have a better plan this time.
Now, granted, you can still get legendary items dropped for you. You can still get really good drops inside Helltide experiences while you're killing monsters. So it's not like if you lose those cinders, you've lost all opportunities for rewards. Yeah. But obviously,
it does take a little bit of if
you just happen to get jumped at the wrong time. Again, another great
statue in the background
when they're trying to help out in those situations.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I think is really cool about this is that
that's such a funny comment.
So these chests or caches, boxes with loot and awesome loot inside, right? You know, each time a Helltide
he was playing
appears,
Druid.
they're in different locations, right? So you have to go and find them, you know, as Riker was saying. But for the duration of that Helltide, they're in fixed places. So, you know, when you go into the Helltide area, it's useful to scout out and see where the caches are for the item slots that you're interested in. And then you can, you know, mentally remember, okay, here I want to farm around here. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to get this item or whatever. And one thing I want to call out here, you know, you saw one of the caches on the screen earlier, you know, in some of our video that we captured for it. Now we did capture that with the UI off, so you can't see the icon above it, but there is an icon that says, in here there are boots.
That's correct.
So you will know before you open that cache what's in it.
And I mean, that's not all. I mean, there's other risks and dangers inherent in Helltide areas. You know, this is an opportunity for you to fight some different bosses. Again, like I mentioned before, there are different events and things that actually are going to be showing up. And of course, we can't really have such a wonderful experience as Helltide without our baby boy, the Butcher, showing up occasionally and causing serious mayhem and mischief in the overworld of Sanctuary. So lots of really fun things happen inside these Helltide areas over the course of the player's experience.
And it's also an opportunity to farm a special crafting material, right?
That's correct. There are craft materials like Fiend Rose and things that really are coming directly from Helltide encounters and those experiences. So you are looking to also get some of the materials you need for like really high tier like weapon and item upgrades from going through these places.
So Helltide is what we're doing to farm crafting materials in order to target farm specific drops. Another big activity that we're going to be doing, Nightmare Dungeons. You want to talk a bit about that?
Yeah. So yeah, Joe, do you have anything you want to talk about for Nightmare Dungeons first?
You know, Nightmare Dungeons are, we're going to talk again. We're going to talk about beta feedback at the end of the show here, or near the end of the show. But Nightmare Dungeons are our key dungeon replayability system for the later part of the game, right? And you're going to get sigils, and Joe's going to talk a little bit about the sigils. But we're really excited for players to get to check out all of the cool ways that the dungeons can really be transformed by the Nightmare Dungeon system.
Yeah, so first up, Nightmare Dungeons, very, very exciting system. Players haven't had a chance to play these in our betas yet, but as they get into the end game content, start going through World Tiers 3 and 4, you'll begin to see, you'll gain access to some of your first sigils, which are primarily initially earned by completing Whispers of the Dead, one of our other overworld content features that players will be able to engage with. Now, sigils are really interesting in that they are tied to a level when you find them, which is going to affect the level of the monsters inside that space. They have various afflictions, which we've talked a little bit about in the streams in the past. These are going to modify the way that level rolls out. But Nightmare Sigils, when they are activated, after you collect one, is going to basically open up a portal near an existing side dungeon. And in the pre-release version of Diablo 4 and additional seasons, we basically select a subset of all of the side dungeons of the game that can become nightmare dungeons for that period. So players become more familiar with a set number of these because they know that they can be populated with these nightmare dungeon experiences. So you might already know, whether it's Annex Claim or whatever it is, what the layout of a given dungeon might look like normally. But Nightmare Sigil is going to change that by introducing these new afflictions and then also these greater afflictions.
We'll change the layout though.
Earlier in the video, like this, right now actually, we're looking at this hell portal, a nightmare portal that can open up and basically spawn in all these monsters from other like monster families that might not be native to that dungeon, which is pretty cool. And that we like the idea that players are going to have to kind of deal with these new different threats than what they're typically used to as part of that encounter. And there's a number of these other like greater afflictions, like we showed the Stormbane's Wrath, that disc thing that was flowing around around you, and occasionally it just pulses out this really big, stunning, damaging effect. So you have to be mindful of where it is. You should make sure you avoid it as part of the combat experience. Definitely adds a new wrinkle to gameplay as you're going through. And we add more of these afflictions as the player continues to level up and they get to go deeper and deeper into the Nightmare Sigil system, unlocking higher level sigils and dealing with like more and more dangerous threats over the course of time. And this is a really great place, not only just to like earn experience and really push your build and make sure that you're strong enough to tackle these sorts of challenges, but you'll also be able to. These are really great places to farm for like sacred and ancestral items in particular, and these are the places that you're going to be upgrading your Paragon glyphs. We'll be talking more about the Paragon system right now. So, and that like this is an opportunity to show the actual upgrade glyph screen. I just noticed like, hey, look, it's actually up right now. What timing? So yeah, when the player reaches the end of a nightmare dungeon, they get to basically go ahead and take one of the glyphs they've been collecting over the course of their 50+ experience, and basically slot it into here and choose to upgrade it and make that glyph even more powerful. These socketables will go into your Paragon board and end up being some of the single most powerful modifiers you can apply to your character, above legendary powers, and even in some cases, even above some unique powers. So it's really in your benefit, based on your build, to be choosing, looking for a set number of these and upgrade them to exactly what you need them to do.
And so the sigils that we're getting, what I noticed is that if you get some afflictions that you don't particularly care about, we have the ability to salvage some in order to craft sigils of our own, right? I think it's a 4-to-1 ratio, is that right?
Yeah, just about. So you'll be able to get a lot of these different sigils by going through Nightmare Dungeons, completing Whispers, and through other content. And if you're finding sigils that you don't really want or don't really want to run, because maybe we're going to have like enemies inside are going to do additional lightning damage, but you don't have a lot of lightning resist on your build. Maybe you want to go ahead and like salvage that back at the Occultist, take that down to its sigil dust, and use that to basically make new random sigils for you to go ahead and run with. This is ways for players to kind of like, push themselves
just about, is it 4-to-1 or not?
Level sigils they can craft through the system over the course of time. And it's another way to kind of like reutilize some of the sigils you might not be as interested in running from time to time.
Yeah, one thing I liked about the afflictions was it was making
impressive
me
how
make
fast he
choices
speaks without
during
errors.
gameplay. Like two that I can speak to, the Nightmare Gates that we were just showcasing. Let's say I'm in the middle of fighting an elite and I'm almost taking it down. I see that Nightmare portal opening and I'm like, okay, should I take care of that before it starts spawning more monsters, or do I finish this fight first? I'm forced to make a decision, and I got to live with the consequences.
No, this is live.
If I think maybe I should take him down, and then no, the fight becomes more challenging, and nope, I should have taken care of that gate first. Another one is, I forget the name, but it's some kind of blood cyst that starts to grow, and then if you just don't touch it, it eventually explodes in a huge area.
Yeah.
And it's either, okay, destroy it before it does that, or get the heck away as fast as possible. Again, making choices, and it's like, okay, I think I thought I had time to get away, then I got crowd controlled, and then boom, one shot. So I like how it changes the dungeon experience depending on which of these afflictions that you get.
It's like liquid.
And there's death counts in some of these as well. As time goes on, you get into the deeper ones. Where you gotta be careful. You can't just throw yourselves at these things, and if you're making mistakes, you have to really evaluate.
I didn't think it was that warm in my room. How warm is it in here?
That's true.
So yeah, you got a chance to play through some of those.
It's like
Nightmare Dungeon is very exciting, and they'll go up beyond level 100 as well. Actually, this is a content type that you can actually fight up to creatures up to level 150. Actually, as part of the experience, based on how far you're able to push yourself as time goes on. So really excited about how far players can go with that.
All right, now you're talking about glyphs and the Paragon system, so let's talk more about those Paragon boards.
Oh, let's do it. Okay. Paragon boards. So we've talked a bit about Paragon in the past. We've shown pictures of the board just like this, and we've shown you things like, hey, look, like here's normal node, and this is a way that you're going to earn like 5 willpower. But that's not all this board is about. You know, there's a lot of other complexity and things to deal with in here. So there are basically 4 types of nodes to kind of like quickly reprise some of this information. The first, of course, is normal nodes. Then we have what you show here is magic nodes. These are different affixes that you can collect over the course of time. Usually they're like a little bit more difficult to find a direct like version of on items. So like something like this, for example, crackling energy damage. So there's that's a sorceress, so like a lightning spec sorceress ability or passive effectively, where she can be crackling out damage to nearby targets. You can now boost that by finding this particular magic node, which kind of might eventually unlock other builds for you to kind of go and chase after. But then there are rare nodes, which is on the next slide. And here, okay, so there's some information here. Rare nodes have a pretty powerful effect right off the bat. You know, but then on top of that, there's this a bonus effect down below that you can sort of see. Where on this one, it is, another 60% damage to elites. If you reach a certain amount of dexterity for your character. So the point here is that like rare nodes on their own, of which there's about 10 or more per board. Rare nodes are already pretty powerful generically. But then on top of that, if you were able to hit these thresholds for the stat requirements for these rare nodes, that is going to make them very, very potent for you indeed. And when you're looking at the board, these are some of the most critical things you should be thinking about when you're plotting your path through each board, which of course there are a number of boards available for you at launch. And then when you'll be able to rotate them, you'll have to choose how you want to progress through rare nodes, whether you want to engage with the legendary nodes or not. This is a really important thing. Yeah. One other bit about this, just because it's easy for me to forget about, is that when you're going from Paragon board to Paragon board, like in the first board, this might be the cost. But then when you're looking at the second board that you're progressing through, those requirements are actually going to go up. So it's not in your interest to go like run from board to board, just unlock as many of these as you can directly through that way. You need to spend a little bit of time into the board and pick the ones that you really want, because the next board that you unlock to get more rare nodes of different types, those will be a little more expensive to unlock those bonus effects.
The thing I think is really interesting about these is when the way that I look at the board, right? When I open a Paragon board, the first thing I do is go and look at the nearest rare nodes to me.
Well, they've said that the refund cost is supposed to scale infinitely until you can't respec anymore.
The requirements for those bonuses, and then I start looking at the normal nodes on the way. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm pretty close to the dexterity required here through my gear. Are there some dexterity nodes that I could hit on the way here that would take me over it?
They've already said they're
keeping
it, Chris Banana.
That particular bonus, then I'm comparing it to the other.
They force you to make new characters.
About that. So
you gotta remember there's only 6 character slots.
Become sort of a path that you're trying to take to turn on these bonuses.
Absolutely, and that's not all. There's one more node type as well, and then we're going to get back to normal nodes in just a second. So then we have our legendary nodes. So every one of the boards for each of the classes has a legendary node somewhere on it, and these are really, really powerful. Powers like you'd expect. They are a legendary power, effectively unique to the Paragon board system for that class and for whatever that particular board is trying to convey as its overall build type.
We'll see how it goes.
So these are really, really powerful things to go and collect, but they're actually not the most powerful thing. This is just an additional extra powerful affix you can kind of apply to your character, but you kind of do this in concert with other things that you're looking for, like I mentioned, the rare nodes. And I also talked before about glyphs.
I can't move this, right? I have to path there?
So when you, basically, as you're going through the board, there are going to be these sockets that you can unlock. And the sockets are going to be adjacent to a number of other regular nodes. Now, the way that glyphs work is that you're going to put them into one of these sockets, and they are going to be affecting nearby nodes and also fueled by other nearby nodes. So if you hit certain thresholds inside some of the glyphs, you're also going to unlock powerful bonuses. They're going to also affect nearby nodes.
This is a good thing. It seems like a more simple version of the PoE skill tree.
Level up pretty high. They continue to grow the radius of the affected nodes
as
you level up through certain tiers. So it means they can affect larger and larger areas. And the boards are not symmetrical in nature as you're progressing through, because the player
I do agree that the looks of it looks pretty bad.
They actually want to enter from.
But it looks,
you have to kind of choose from board to board.
Not looks, but it looks pretty interesting.
Are they near the stats I really want for this glyph? Because this glyph is going to be fueled by dexterity nodes within range of the glyph effect. And it's going to do additional critical strike damage, whatever it's going to do for me as a result. That's a really, really important choice to make. And because all of the boards have different configurations, different socket locations, and different things near those sockets, you have a lot of interesting decisions to make about where you actually want to invest your time.
It doesn't look fine,
but
how
does it feel to do this
visually it's bad. That's not what I mean when I say that's fine.
From a different board instead.
System looks
fine. For players to make as they're going through. We want ultimately to feel like the Paragon board system allows for two, incinerate, focus, burn type sorceresses to feel like they've got very different paths to the Paragon board, different decisions to make, even if all of their skill choices are identical.
Yeah, it's something that we've talked about a lot with Diablo 4. Is the idea that even if you have let's say Incinerate is a powerful sorcerer build for, you know, and you want to play Incinerate, you're not going to necessarily be the same, have exactly the same loadout as another Incinerate sorcerer.
That's right.
One thing I found really cool about the Paragon system that I didn't realize at first is that every Paragon board is almost like a Paragon class, like a specialization class, where it's all built around a certain theme, fantasy, play style, and it all revolves around that central or off-central legendary node, and then the rares kind of support that same theme, and it extends to the blues. So like on a Necromancer, like, oh, this board is like the pure summoner fantasy, and this one is the Blood Mage. And looking at it that way really like made it very cool for me to be able to explore, okay, you know, I can merge these two together. I'm going to go like Bone and Blood and just further, explore and dive into that specialization.
Yeah. You know, there's 220 Paragon points that players will be able to have by the time they finish leveling up their character.
Feel very scripted.
We want those choices to feel like they've got meaning individually. Players can respect them for those choices if they want for gold cost. We want to be able to play with this system and be able to like kind of experiment with different ideas as they go. But importantly, we want them to feel like that the choices they made for the 220 matter a great deal to their overall performance. Yeah. Yeah, super fun, I think. No, but yeah.
What are we talking about next?
Well, I guess at this point we can talk about some of the beta learnings. We had a beta. The community gave a lot of feedback, and you folks took in that feedback, digested it, and transformed it into action.
I don't mind that it's scripted.
You want to talk to some
it's just weird that there's like trying to pass it off.
I keep saying we're going to talk about that. Now is the time. So let's start out with looking at some of the class changes that we did. So there's a lot of text on this screen. You've had an opportunity, if you've been following along, to check out our blog that documents a lot of the changes that we were able to make as a result of feedback from players in the 2 beta weekends, and also from data that we get. You know, we get a lot of data.
Damage dealt by corpse explosion has been reduced.
You know, our Necromancer's dying a lot in this dungeon, or is this boss killing barbarians?
If the Necromancer is dying a lot in this dungeon, they were not playing the right build.
To identify areas where there might be a class deficiency, or areas where maybe something is exceptionally strong compared to other things that are balanced to be the same power. And so, in general, one of the things that we looked at from those 2 beta weekends is feedback that the Barbarian and the Druid, the melee classes, felt weaker than the Necromancer, Rogue, and Sorcerer. And there are a lot of aspects to that. So there's some nuance in here, right? Like for the Barbarian, we felt, we identified that the Barbarian, at low levels in particular, needed more damage reduction sort of built in. And so
didn't really. You just needed to make your auto attacks not fucking snipe players, regardless of how they move.
Damage, just flat, no matter what choices you're making as a Barbarian, and that's to account for some of the ways the Barbarian has to get up close and personal with their sort of weapon-heavy spec. We also identified elements of the Druid that you could really benefit from some buffs. In fact, I think
that were dog shit.
The Druid a little bit.
I did, yeah. So honestly, when I first saw the patch notes, I was like, oh, I was hoping the Druid would have gotten a bit more love with regards to spirit generation. But then I played an endgame build of, it was a perma werewolf storm druid. So I'm a werewolf who's casting storm skills, and the play style was so tight, it flowed so well. It just all gelled together once you got the full kit, the full build together.
You hear that?
And
as soon as you get the full kit, you can play the game.
With a certain class favoritism, where I had Rogue, I had Necromancer, Sorceress, Barbarian, and then Druid in dead last. I'm completely confused now. I think Druid might be my favorite now.
Yeah, it's, another thing that we did, if we take a look at the
Druid is good when you actually play the game, guys.
In terms of the melee classes, is we took a look at bosses and monsters, in particular their attacks that deal damage in an area where it feels like there wasn't a way for the melee class to deal damage effectively while also avoiding incoming damage, right? Because a lot of times you'll have the opportunity for a ranged class range class is sometimes choosing between getting a better position and doing more damage for damage per second, and a melee class is sometimes choosing between taking damage, because even when
True, imagine, yeah. So the build you guys set up for me, it wasn't really that good.
The monster and then traveling, so you have less time to react in some cases.
Like,
and so
hello?
we took a look at boss abilities and bosses that our data showed were much more deadly to melee classes, and we adjusted some of those abilities. Now, this also affects the Necromancer class, because you might notice that we had a note here that states that summon minions will die more often. Now, we want the corpses to have sort of an economy. We want to have the sense that corpses are useful, you're using them to bring in more skeletons, and the Necromancer pets, as a theme of this sort of bone class, they are a little bit more disposable, right? Like if a skeleton dies, you just pop out another one from a nearby corpse. So we want them to be, dying and getting resummoned. And we want to make sure that there are plenty of corpses, so you're not going into a boss and running out of, like, oh, I don't have any pets and I'm a pet builder. We certainly want to make sure that you have pets available, but we want them to be kind of coming back from time to time. So we increase the damage that they take a bit, but we also, I was talking about areas where bosses were doing too much damage to melee. We also took a look at cases where there were abilities that felt unfair for pets, where there was just like a huge damage in a huge area, and maybe it's no problem for a player to get out of it, but trying to micromanage your pets to get out of this.
Micromanage an army of skeletons to move around, yes.
That's not a fun
I just lost my
check
check mark on Twitter too.
Specifically with the Necromancer class. So we modified the damage that those kinds
No longer verified
powers do to pets. Both Necromancer and Druid pets, in fact.
Yeah, we do want to make sure that managing your minions to some degree is part of the mastery of playing a Necromancer, and that, like, when skeletons go down, you need to accommodate that and make sure that you have corpses that you've been generating or keeping on hold for some of these situations. We feel that is definitely part of the fantasy of the Necromancer class is needing to resummon, to your point, these kinds of disposable soldiers that are supposed to be helping you. So we want to make sure that continues to hold true, but not to a point where like an army necro can't go fight bosses. That's obviously not what we're trying to build with any of these changes, of course. We just want to make sure that the Necromancer does get a chance to engage with those parts of the mechanics.
Now another...
And I did get to play the Summoner Necro, and I was summoning my minions regularly, so it was something that was a continuous part of the gameplay, but I never found myself in a position where, oh, I'm out of minions, I'm out of corpses, so the corpse generation rate it felt good. I'll admit that passive minions is not my favorite playstyle. I would love the ability to direct them, but for what you intended to accomplish, I felt you did.
Yeah, so, one of the other areas of feedback, we have a note here that says, that might be a little bit confusing. It says, we reviewed the class skills to confirm that there were good options to get out of control impairing effects. In many cases, what we mean is unstoppable, which is the effect in Diablo 4 that clears all control impairing effects, crowd control effects, and makes you immune to them for the duration of that effect. So the classes are designed so that every class has,
40 minutes ago.
Is intended to have access to a good set of options to clear crowd control, so that there is an interaction here between, monsters are doing crowd control and I have options to remove it, but I need to think about those options. And we saw feedback during the beta that at early levels, some classes felt like they didn't have enough options there. Riker, in your play at the higher levels, did you feel like that was still an issue?
I don't remember it being an issue at the high levels of play, no. Going back to my favorites, Barbarian now is my second favorite after being my fourth. Again, yeah, the melee playstyle I felt gelled really well with a high-level Barbarian. It all came together. I didn't feel I was being punished for being in melee. I didn't feel constantly crowd-controlled or an inability to gap close. He had his the spears to bring enemies to me, the lunging attack to close the gaps, and a good toolkit to deal with everything.
So the last thing I want to note on classes, of course, is that there are a few other changes beyond what you're seeing here. I think, some people called out Hydra changes. We made a lot of small changes to classes. There are also some cases like legendary powers. We updated legendary power effectiveness, which is sort of vague, but it's really just that there are a bunch of small details, and we're sort of tweaking them. The other thing I want to talk about is dungeons, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So we got a lot of feedback from players that there was a lot of running back in dungeons, and there were really two ways that we wanted to tackle this. First off, of course, if we have a situation where you're running back, we have a system that causes monsters to ambush you to make sure that it's not just running through an empty space. So we added more ambushes. But secondly, and this is really the more effective aspect of it, we changed the layouts of dungeons and where objectives were located in the dungeons.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Look at this. Graphic design is our passion.
Yeah.
I even put a sad face there because of the amount of backtracking we need to do.
Because it's.
I did laugh really hard when I saw this the first time.
So
I love it so
evocative,
much.
but I did not make it. But I think this is a great example. So this is one of the dungeons that players called out in beta, Hoarfrost Demise, right, as one that had a lot of run back.
All right, that is literally.
And one of the reasons that you can see here that it has so much run back is that the objectives are laid out in a way that you have to run down a long, narrow hallway to get to one, and then you have to run back. It's a dead end, and then you have to run back down that narrow hallway.
Yep.
So we changed the layout of Hoarfrost Demise like this.
Right.
So you can see that the objectives, which are those diamond icons there on your screen, are along the main path of the dungeon.
But you can only pick one up.
Remember now, in this case, the player has explored all of the dungeon and you can see all of the map.
Yeah.
But when you're playing through the dungeon, you don't have, the map is fogged. You haven't explored it yet.
But you can only pick
it's
one
set up
up
in such a way that as you're exploring through the dungeon, you're going to naturally encounter those objectives along your way.
It's the same layout.
So
It's
you're
just
not going down
rotated.
and having to backtrack a long way.
Yeah, in our objective view, this was going to lead to smiles. Yeah. This is good. But no, it's important. Like we want to make sure that as you're progressing the space, you are naturally coming across these objectives in a simpler way, as opposed to you need to like kind of like wander and kind of like backtrack a lot more.
What?
Yeah, and in fact, we identified a number of dungeons that got this feedback in beta, and we also, we were talking about nightmare dungeons. We also want to make sure that nightmare dungeons have this, we address this for nightmare dungeons as well, because it's a key replayability system, as we were just talking about earlier. This is another example of Cordragon Barracks. It's another dungeon that we saw a lot of feedback.
If we can pick up all three, then it's
fine. Where you can see that the objectives are set up such that clearly you're going to have to run back all the way back through that long hallway. You're going to spiral around. You have to go out. You have to explore out from those spirals, and you can end up getting confused and running.
Was not in the passionates? Oh, if you can pick up all of them, then it's no problem.
Here is that if you've run to an objective, and the next thing that you have is back along a path that you know about already, then why wouldn't you just run back along that path that's empty of monsters? It's not fun. It's more fun to kill monsters, but it's more efficient than exploring some unknown that might or might not lead back to it, right? So that's a key part of these layout changes as well. And if you take a look at the next shot here, you can see how we rearranged the objectives in Cordragon to ameliorate this.
Yeah. Now, these aren't the only changes that we made either. There's some other things we did to actually just straight up regular objectives. So there's things like there's some dungeons where the players are asked to kill all the monsters inside a dungeon space.
Oh, please, yes.
And in those situations, we've made it so like once the players reach a certain threshold of monsters they've killed, rather than saying like there are potentially as many as 50 zombies in this cave. After the player has killed, 49 zombies, they might still be normally looking around in the last corner where a zombie is kind of like hiding in a closet someplace, right? In this situation, instead, once you reach a certain threshold of zombies that you've killed, now they actually begin chasing you down. They start looking for you in that situation.
But why not just have us kill 90% like every other modern ARPG? Why have it 100% to begin with?
Zombies. Some of them are going to come after you in those situations, which is a great
change. Now I just want to
AFK
and wait for them to come to me? Like, just do 90%.
We have features or dungeon objectives where the player is asked to go and collect like anima, which are just these objects. They're like these motes of energy that drop on the ground when you kill certain kinds of monsters. Sometimes you need to go and gather a whole bunch of these things and then bring them back to another area to deposit them. Sometimes it opens a door,
Access
all kinds of things.
This is like a common
in these situations
dungeon.
now,
Imagine having to do
players
this
are
in
collecting
maps.
This animal when they're running around the dungeon trying to find all these creatures and do these things. You're going to also gain various buffs by picking these up. You're going to gain some resource back for your class. You can get some other things. It's actually really great. When you actually deposit these things, you're going to get a health potion. So there's lots of things we're trying to do to make sure that those experiences help speed you up and feel great to engage with, while you're also going through a lot of the layout changes that Joe just talked about.
Yeah, so I'm glad you pointed out kill all monsters, because players rightly identified a couple of key problems. Like, first off, with kill all monsters, of course, if you're having to go and hunt down one of those monsters, that's effectively backtracking, right? You're running through an empty space. And the other aspect of it is that the sort of the intensity curve of the excitement in the dungeon is going down. Like, you're backtracking through a bunch of empty space, and then when you get there, it's not going to be an exciting moment. There's going to be four monsters hiding in the corner, and you're going to kill them, and it's going to feel sort of like, well, I guess that was a requirement that I had to turn
one
off.
spider.
Right?
Yeah, it's almost similar to like Den of Evil, Diablo 2 feel and so forth, but now them being able to seek you out means less backtracking, less hunting in corners for that one fallen or wherever.
Well, yeah, and the other thing I like about it is that it increases the intensity at the end of the dungeon, right? Because you have the monsters, you're still clearing the last monsters, and now you have monsters running at you. But what was your experience with these changes?
Yeah, so this was probably my #1 complaint about the beta was the backtracking. I'd often
now it's
in a dungeon at some point reach a point where I'm like, okay, I have to run back or I have to go look for a monster. And with these changes, I don't think I ever had one of those moments, or at least I'm not going to say there was zero backtracking, but there wasn't enough that it would have come up as an issue that I would have complained about. I know some people, say, "Oh, suck it up. Backtracking has always been part of Diablo. It's part of the game." But the changes made hasn't made the experience linear. It's not like, oh, now we just have one quarter to go down. As you were saying, now if you do go on a side path, there could be things to run into. But just overall, everything from an experience standpoint just flows a lot better.
I know with beta learnings and everything that we took in from the
I just looked at Quinn's chat.
Everyone
is spamming vegan. I agree.
Resetting dungeons and how that actually works. And I do want to take some time for you guys to be able to clarify a little bit, because there's tons of questions. And then we tried to clarify, and I think we made it worse. So we're going to...
Let's re-clarify the clarification.
Exactly.
Yes, so the reset dungeon button, right? So we added this button earlier in development when there wasn't an easy way for dungeons to reset naturally. In fact, the way we added it led to some undesirable secondary effects because it was instant. It didn't care if you were inside the dungeon. It doesn't care if the dungeon is partially completed. If you're a hardcore character and you're in danger, you can just press it and presto, you're all good. And since we initially added this button, the amount of time for dungeons to reset organically, we've been working with our online team, and we've been making changes to, over the course of development, like how Town Portal works, how dungeon reset work. And so the way that it works today, if you are outside the dungeon, and if everyone from your party is outside the dungeon, so if you're alone, just you, and there are no town portals open in the dungeon, then the dungeon will naturally reset over a period of about 60 seconds, about 30 seconds of matchmaking and 30 seconds of cleanup. Or if it's partially completed, like maybe you got halfway through and you're like, you know what, I have to do something else, I'm going to go, kill a world boss, or, I want to do something else now. Then it'll take a little bit longer to reset. It takes about 150 seconds, but it'll still reset naturally pretty quickly. And the other case here is that you've got maybe you're doing the dungeon and there's some particular objective in the dungeon or side quest in the dungeon, and someone, one of your friends joins and they want to do that side quest too, right? But maybe you've already completed it in this dungeon. So you can also hop out of the dungeon, which you can use through the Leave Dungeon button right in the UI as well. It does have a short cast time, so
not as quick, yeah.
But it's right through the UI. You can do it from anywhere. Invite the other person to the party. to your friend of the party, make them leader, hop in, you'll get a fresh dungeon as well.
Yeah, so hopefully that clarifies. You can still reset. Resetting dungeons is still a thing in D4. It's just we removed the button essentially, so you just have to wait a little bit longer for the dungeons themselves to reset. And I did want to go over two.
We can't chain dungeons.
Or two specific changes that are we also obtained through beta that we didn't actually record on the blog. One you actually tweeted about, which was about ultra-wide screens and being able to control cast distance and so forth and with specific abilities and whatnot. So people who are using ultra-wide or mega ultra-wide screens wouldn't be able to essentially cast to the furthest corner of their screen and be able to use abilities in that type of way. And then one other thing that we did notice during beta, which was world boss encounters and how players would actually complete a world boss encounter and then go back to town and then find another way of being able to, in that same window,
I don't feel like I'm learning much from this.
Go through another world boss encounter to obtain multiple opportunities of grabbing loot, which is something that we also did address through the beta learnings that we received from players. So
that's true. Now, I'll point
I
out
do
that,
feel like I'm watching an ad,
the first time you kill a world boss in a week, you are going to get more loot than you'll get on subsequent times. So there's additional incentive to
I was hoping to get see more endgame footage.
To, find a way to kill the same world boss 10 times, but you certainly will get some rewards from it.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not the exact rewards or a clone of the rewards that you got from the first kill themselves. Great.
I hope they'll do an endgame beta before.
I
want to play more
from the community in regards to the beta. Obviously, you guys got to hear a little bit about.
To be fair, at least we have mouse button one click now. I'm super happy just with that. Why aren't they hyping that up? I'm so excited about that.
What's
this? Is it time for a surprise?
Is it time for a surprise? It is time for a surprise.
Wait, what?
If you've been hiding on the internet and have not seen Rod Ferguson make very, very nonchalant tweets about this.
This is the and more.
This is the and more of the actual.
So, I mean, their servers are going up?
I would say. So happy to announce that we've been hearing a lot of feedback from players about wanting to experience more Diablo 4 and check it out. Before the game's release in June. And so on May 12th through May 14th. We are going to be hosting a server slam event where all players within Diablo 4 or who want to play Diablo 4 can jump in and actually check out the game again. This is a really important weekend for the team and the dev team here because we need as many people to really log in, check out Diablo 4 and play through the game.
Across the servers. That's a good idea.
Because we need to test out our servers some more before we actually launch.
Oh, I'm so glad they're doing that.
You have a lot of want and need and emphasis towards this specific weekend, so I'd be curious to hear.
Yeah, so first off, all of the changes that we just talked about in this live stream will be in place on the server slam.
Yeah, so huge news right there where if you want to check out any of the changes that we made
what about
from
levels?
Beta, you will be able to actually check them out that weekend on May 12th or May 14th.
That's right. And the other thing I want to point out is that we recently announced that we've gone gold, that Diablo 4 has gone gold. And that means that, we got all of those changes from the betas in. We did tons of, we learned a ton of stuff in terms of our servers, in terms of server configuration, making sure that we were fixing bugs. We deployed hotfixes during those 2 weekends.
Wait, please say there's more than level 25.
So we were able to really improve our confidence for launch through that. And that's why, we're so confident in announcing that we've gone gold. Now, the purpose of this weekend is to slam those servers, right? Really make sure that everything is exactly perfect for launch because that's really what's important to us, right? We want players to have a good experience on day one when the game launches. And, so come slam our servers.
I'm not really that keen on just 25 again.
This is very helpful for us because, and it's helpful if you want to play on day one.
It's helpful for the Diablo 4 community to come help us slam our servers, but
that's not the only reason to do it. When you participate in the Diablo 4 server slam, you're going to have another chance to earn the rewards from the first 2 beta weekends. So if you didn't get a chance to play because maybe you were traveling or for any other reason, you have another chance to get
25.
your Beta Wolf Pack cosmetic and the 2 titles. And in addition to that,
Going for free the whole game?
You know,
No,
for
it's
this
2 days.
Server Slam weekend, we've set the level cap to level 20. We've adjusted the legendary drop rates to be consistent with what you'll see on
Actually,
live,
yes, it would be better if the game was free, but
rather than the inflated drop rates that we had in the first 2 beta weekends, which were there to make sure that we got plenty of testing on our legendary powers.
No. You can
on
still
top of
level
that,
to 25 in this one, but you get the rewarded 20.
You're going to have 48 hours to slam these servers, right?
No.
During
You still
this
get to
time,
25. It
a
was the
shop
same
is
last
gonna
time.
Spawn
Just
starting
get the
about
rewarded
24
20.
hours after the servers go up, and then every 3 hours after that. So you're going to have, I think it's 9 opportunities to fight a Shava. Now, if you get to level 20 and you kill a Shava while you are level 20, so max level in this test, in this period of time.
What level is it though?
20.
It's 20. So you got to be level 20?
Yeah.
To get
Don't show up in the Shava at level 5 and think you're going to get this.
Yeah, expect you'll get the reward.
But what you're going to get is this Cry of a Shava mount trophy, which is exclusive to this Server Slam weekend. You can see it here on your screens.
Yeah, the trophy there and that horse's hip on the saddle there. Very nice. Oh wow, that's bigger than I thought it was going to be. That's awesome.
We basically cut a horn.
Let's say it's
part of
floating.
the Shava's horn off, and added some gilding and
That's a
some
penis.
nice metal work there. And of course, mount trophies in Diablo are
horse
cosmetic
armor.
customizations that you can add to your mount along with mount armor. So this is a trophy that you can
Yeah,
mount.
the game
It
looks
mounts-
beautiful.
Some trophies mount on the saddle. I don't know why I'm pointing to my shoulder. This is where the shadows go, apparently. Or they can mount
Guys, I
on
have
the
ads
on the
playing in
horse's
2
flank,
minutes.
like you see
I didn't think
here,
this would take this
with
long.
trophy.
Yeah, so again, like all rewards from the original first 2 weekends of the beta.
Actually, can't extend them anymore. I just extended them 15 minutes.
Available, as well as the Cry of a Shava.
Aren't ads
mount
already
trophy.
playing? Double
and for
tap
the mount
ads.
trophy, you have to be level 20 and kill a Shava. All classes will be available. And you'll be able to explore Fractured Peaks again from the 2 beta weekends that we had beforehand. And of course, a Shava will be spawning much more often in this Server Slam weekend for players to actually jump in and obtain the rewards and really help us out, help out the team, and make sure
I'm
that
glad
we have
they're
a
doing
smooth
this,
launch
though.
for Diablo 4 come June. So huge news for all of this. And we will have a blog that will be going either live right now or live immediately after the broadcast for players to actually read about all this information. And that will be available
I'm very glad
on
they're doing it.
Diablo4.com. So make sure to
Like, there's an actual
check
real
out the blog,
chance
get all your
launch is
information
good.
there, and jump in on our Server Slam weekend, March 12th through March 14th. It's another opportunity to play Diablo 4 before
Ads
the
in 30
launch, which is
seconds. I'm
really
so
great.
sorry, chat. I
And you
actually
can
can't
test
do
all
anything about these
new
now.
beta changes, which is really cool. And one other thing that I do want to note for at least PC
Like,
players who are jumping into the Server
literally,
Slam weekend,
no more skip.
the team
Sorry.
here has done some massive work on some of the PC optimization from the first 2 beta weekends. DLSS3 for NVIDIA cards will also be available for people to try out in the Server Slam weekends. Or a Server Slam weekend. Sorry, there's only one. I don't want to like set expectations or anything. But there's more graphic options and optimizations and so forth for PC players to check out. Yeah, looking forward to everyone really hitting the servers and really helping out with the game. We do want to jump into Q&A because we always end with Q&A. Riker actually has a bunch of questions that he was asking his own community that we will most definitely go through as well. And then we're also going to be grabbing some questions here from chat and so forth. One question that we have been seeing that has come up within the community beforehand, and we'll start off with this one, which is how long will it take us to get through the battle pass? It's a question that a lot of people in the community have been talking about over the last week and a half, and I know that we wanted to talk about it a little bit more here.
Yeah, I think that there's so I've talked a little bit about this in the past.
But
I think one thing I really want to emphasize is that when we think about the battle pass for the for Diablo 4 after the game ships, we're looking at our seasonal players. we want to make sure that the players who are going through the Battle Pass, they're going to have a lot of content to consume, like outside the Battle Pass. They're in all likelihood to finish everything in the Battle Pass before they finish all of the content within a season to season. You know, so there's a ton of things to look forward to. We want to make sure that the Battle Pass as a result is balanced in such a way that players of all types and all play styles are able to get a chance to actually complete this this Battle Pass over the course of time. Our goal is, like, if you want to start to engage with this, want to make sure that you are compelled to go through all of it as you're playing and just having a good time getting all of these rewards.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Riker, I know you have questions. I want to make sure that you get some questions in and so forth. And I guess we'll just go back and forth for this. It'll make it easier for these two guys.
I mean, for you guys, we'll just be doing this. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Just keep doing that.
Yeah, sounds great. Well, so first off, something that you were, I think, touching upon earlier, and correct me if I misunderstood, but I think on the topic of Nightmare Dungeons, it sounds like every season there's going to be a rotation of 30 dungeons that can be turned into the Nightmare Dungeons. Is that right?
So we want to make sure that we've got a subset of the dungeons we have in the overall game. There's over 115 or so like side dungeons available in the baseline Diablo 4 experience. We want to take a subset of those each season. The exact number we're working on, we're going to think about that and think about it. But a number of those we rotate every season to make sure that we are highlighting different kinds of objectives, different sorts of layouts, different monster families, just different experiences. And we also don't want players to feel that they're going to have this where they have to be thinking about, you know, all 115 different dungeons every season, every time.
Yeah, it was a yes or no question.
This system in particular. So that is the idea. Is we do want to rotate through these from season to season while we're looking to introduce other ideas. Yeah.
Cool.
What?
I got a question.
That
here
didn't answer it, no?
I'm not going to butcher Twitch names, guys. I do this every stream.
From a Twitch user.
From a Twitch user in chat. Do you have any plans to keep interest for people who don't plan to play in seasons?
So we are going to be making on a regular basis part of our live updates. We're not quite ready to talk about like all of our seasonal plans, all of our post-launch plans yet, but I will say this, that we're going to be having a lot of like really rich and interesting content updates for our seasonal players, but we're still be making balance changes and adding new legendary items and like unique items and things of that nature for players who are playing in the Eternal Realm, the place where you will be able to never have to worry about like a character reset or do any of those things. There will always be new infusions of some game content at that level to players going in that space.
Cool.
But for the
Set
richest
items
experience
are coming
in the post-launch environment, I highly recommend checking out Seasons because we're doing some really, really cool stuff.
I'm excited for Seasons.
So one thing that I noticed in the December press beta to the public beta was that changes were made to the skill tree. There were like new passive skills, there were new paths made amongst the passive nodes. So I'm wondering, was the skill tree designed in such a way that you can, over the course of seasons or expansions, add new passive or active skills?
Yes. So the skill tree really that we have for Diablo 4 at launch really is just the beginning for these classes. We are going to be looking for new opportunities to create more playstyles within each of the classes. We'll be adding new passes, potentially new skills in the future. These are things that we would like to do. It is likely that these kinds of updates, particularly of like new passives, like new nodes, new things in the skill tree, are more likely to happen as part of our our future larger like expansion.
Oh no!
Rather than things might be happening as part of seasons.
No!
There's customization options we're going to be adding as part of seasons, but they might not touch the skill tree specifically.
Okay.
We've been seeing this question a lot. I've been seeing it in chat as well, and there's I think some confusion in regards to altars of Lilith, how those will work in between seasons, or will those reset? Like how does
surely
that
they'll reset.
Work?
Sure. So Altars of Lilith are one of the features that players can go and collect basically in the overworld that we're going to contribute to their renown total within each of the zones.
Well, and give permanent character power as well.
Well, I'm going to get there.
Okay.
So there's two purposes really that the Altars of Lilith have. They have this larger collectible feature where you want to kind of go get all of them for the stat points that you just called out.
Yeah.
And then they also provide the renown. So renown is reset on a seasonal basis. So when you start a new character, your renown score goes back down to 0. You'll have to go and finish side dungeons, go do side quests.
Please reset both.
Go find Altars of Lilith, go do these things in order to kind of get that renown back up to unlock all of those benefits. Now you don't need to go do all of that content in the zone to max out your renown bar. There's actually way more activities that grant renown than you actually need to complete in order to finish going through and filling up all of the renown and getting all 5 tiers of the rewards. When it comes to the stat gain, so basically, to your point that you're just speaking about, Altars of Lilith also have another purpose, in that when you find one, they give you a stat boost that is supposed to apply to your character and all characters in that realm. The way that's going to work is that once you've collected that stat boost from a specific Altar of Lilith, that stat effect is going to propagate out to other characters of that game type. So basically, hardcore is going to have its own progression for this, where it's like if you were playing a hardcore character at launch and you go and you do all these things, those stat boosts you collect will propagate to your hardcore characters you would make in the seasonal
That means
realm.
new players will always be behind veteran players.
The normal realm and playing the normal game mode. All the stat boosts they're unlocking via the Altars of Lilith will also unlock for their seasonal characters in the future, such that players don't need to go and collect every Altar of Lilith with every new season, but you do want to get some of them. They do still grant experience, and they do give you some bonus towards your boost towards your renown. But there's not the sense that you need to go and like do every single one of them every single time. We want that to be a really fun experience for players to engage with it, particularly while they're exploring Sanctuary for the first couple times at most, and have that bit of fun. Otherwise, players can choose to engage with them or ignore them as they go into their seasonal playthroughs in the future.
Right. So characters, if you unlock a permanent stat boost in Season 1, that will persist into Season 2.
That's correct.
All right. With regards to item farming, we touched upon how Helltide, you can target farm specific slots. Is there any other kind of item types where...
So like the second season, when you start a new character, you're instantly super powerful in a level 1 character. You get like at least 5 skill points or something.
So we have a number of different creatures in the game that have a chance to drop particular things. World bosses, for example, have a really, really good chance to drop Scattered Prism, which is the crafting material you need in order to add sockets to items in the game. And then there are certain content types that have the chance to grant certain materials, like Fiend Rose, for example, really only shows up in Helltide areas. And the only way to raise the level of your glyph is by going through and doing nightmare dungeons. When it comes to item farming, we also, and I've talked a little bit about this in the past, but I think it's good to remind people and also just to continue talking about it, right? Because it's a new mechanic. And that is that when you're fighting creatures of
my new character started with extra skill points.
Skeletons for their respective families, those monsters have a higher chance to drop certain kinds of items. It's actually a bonus chance to drop certain item types kind of happening in the background. So it's not like if an item...
Is that just the renown?
Skeletons have a chance, not high chance. They have a chance to drop crossbows, irrespective of your class. So you're playing a barbarian, you can't use crossbows as one of its weapon types. And you can be killing all these skeletons, and you might
just get with like 200 stats, though.
That's tradable.
You're going to start way more powerful.
There's things you can do with that.
But there's loads more than we had access to in the level 25 beta.
In addition to that crossbow,
you're going to start with like double or triple damage.
Every monster family has a few different things they drop this way. So as players are going through the experience, and particularly while they're leveling up in the campagin, they'll occasionally start saying like, "Oh, I'm getting like a lot of like rings."
So a new player can never compete with a veteran player.
And they'll realize that over time, they'll realize over the course of time,
like outside of just player skill,
drop based on the monster family.
A fresh account can never compete with an old account.
As players discover more of this, and they continue to fight more monsters and start mapping some of these things out, they will uncover the right areas or the best areas potentially to farm for certain kinds of things, and that includes like unique items as well. So if you're looking for a unique crossbow,
first levels,
you try to fight a lot of skeletons because you know they have a chance to drop crossbows in addition to other things. So these are the sorts of things.
Yeah, reset should always be full, or not. A reset is pointless.
The item hunting gameplay. These are things to look at. That's not the end. There's a lot more we're going to be doing as the game continues to mature and as we're going into like our launch period. But we'll talk about that when the time's right.
Fair enough.
This one is kind of tied to some of the Server Slam stuff that we just announced, which is, will there be any additional changes made to the game after the Server Slam weekend, like what was done during the beta?
No, we announced that the game has gone gold. The Server Slam you're testing a version of the game that is very close to the launch version of the game. That's why it's so effective as a Server Slam. Now, of course, as a live service game, we're going to be continuing to take feedback exactly like you saw during the beta, after the game has launched, and making changes and making improvements based on data and player feedback.
Awesome.
No, you don't. Endorphins and complain about that a lot.
Versus minimap.
Something I think PoE should change.
In the top right corner. Overlay is what we had in the past in D2, where you have this semi-transparency of the large-scale map over your actual gameplay. D4 does not have an overlay map. A lot of people are asking for it. What's the reason for no overlay?
Yeah, so when you're
that's a great question.
Playing through an action RPG and you're playing through that core loop, you're basically switching between two modes of behavior, right? You're killing monsters or you're navigating. And you're switching back and forth between those really quickly. And so it can be helpful to have that be as fast as possible so that you can I just killed those monsters. Okay, where am I going to go? Is there an objective to the left or right? Right, and so the overlay map is very effective at doing that. In fact, it's so effective that it's up all. That there's no reason to ever close it. And
That's
so there
why
are a
we
lot of
won.
solutions that we've
Give us
seen
the choice.
different games do in terms of like trying to mitigate sort of its effects on combat in terms of fading areas around the player or other things like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to keep the combat and navigation
Pay
spaces
attention to
as
the
clean as
wording, based on
possible,
data, not based
by
on
separating
feedback.
them a little bit more, and so that's why you
didn't catch
see
that.
the mini map. You see the pin system on the map. You see in certain cases edge of screen indicators on the mini map. We want to add more of those kinds of things, but ultimately, you know, our goal is to make sure that players, when they're going back and forth between combat mode and navigation mode, that they have the tools that they need to do it efficiently, and they don't feel like it's a huge hassle. So we're going to be continuing to look at this feedback. For launch, you know, you won't have an overlay map. We're trying to make that experience as smooth as possible, but we're going to continue to listen to player feedback on this point.
All right. We have a question saying, are all dungeons going to be single floor iterations with halls like traversing, or are we going to get like maybe multi-level dungeons or anything that brings like elevation or depth and so forth into those?
You know, it's
I hope they get
interesting
added.
that one of the things that we did in Diablo 4 that's really cool is that you don't have to load between dungeon floors. An interesting effect of that is that you might not always notice when you're going down a floor into a lower floor. There is a, you know, there are staircases and there are sort of moments where that shows up, and there's UI that appears that shows up. But in many cases, our dungeons do have multiple floors, and because it's so seamless, you don't always notice. Now, in terms of, you know, when you think back to Diablo 1 and adventuring down through the cathedral, and it's this very deep dungeon, our dungeon tech can certainly do that too, and that's certainly something that could be a cool option for the future.
Awesome. All right, with regards to PvP, is there any kind of instancing to separate out solo players versus groups, or are we going to see like 4-man squads ganking lonely players?
Yeah, you will see 4-man squads ganking lonely players. I want to make sure I'm really clear about this. The fields of hatred that we have in Diablo 4 are not a place for slaughter. They're a place for slaughter. So if you go into those spaces, you need to be mindful that you are entering a chaotic realm of danger and threat. That's the fantasy. That's what we're trying to do. Now, players who go into these spaces might also be fortunate and find that there's a number of other players that are trying to peacefully farm up, you know, in various resources while they're fighting there, and not actually be interested in engaging in PvP immediately. You know, that also is a situation you might occasionally find yourself in. Maybe you decide that you want to take advantage of them, and you show up and decide that you want to go and gank those players and take their things. You know, greed gets the best of us all at some point in time. But I want to make it really clear that there are things in place in terms of how we bucket players by level and things like that to ensure that
Double
you're not
confirm the
always
hardcore
really, really
PvP.
high-level players at a very, very low level. You know, but in terms of like, I'm walking in this space, is there any guarantee that there aren't 3 people somewhere roaming around this area looking to gank lonely people like me? The answer is there is no mechanic in place to prevent that from occurring. So you need to be mindful of that when you're walking around here. Go in there with friends, or walk in and be prepared to occasionally die. You know,
they've already confirmed
especially when you immediately
that
walk
it's permanent
into a
PvP.
field of hatred. If you were to immediately get killed by other players, there's actually no real penalty for you in that case. That you haven't started to acquire any of the PvP resources in that zone yet anyway. So they have nothing to gain from killing, and you have nothing to lose as a result of that death. So
unless you're
things to
hardcore,
experiment with, but you know, going with the right set of expectations.
But there is some pseudo matchmaking to stop like level 100 players ganking level 25 players.
That's correct. There is some bucketing in place to make sure that doesn't occur.
I would add too that the fields of hatred are fairly large areas.
Yes.
So you're not. There are some tools to avoid you know the same group of players repeatedly.
You're
killing
sitting
you.
on the floor
there are
with
also
them?
two fields of hatred, so you can move between fields of hatred.
Mm-hmm.
And there are things like elixirs that can allow you to be more evasive or get away from situations where you feel like you're at a disadvantage.
I'm just sitting here.
Or there are also, when you think about the fields of hatred mechanic, you're collecting these shards of hatred, and you're refining them so that you can turn them in for rewards. The locations that
where
you can
can
do that. There
I-
are several locations, typically active at a time. So you can sort of do some strategizing about where there might be enemy players and where it might be safe.
That's right. When an altar is being used to purify those shards of hatred into red dust, you'll actually see a notification on your map to let you know where that's actually occurring. So if you see that there's a lot of activity in the northwestern part of the zone, maybe that's a great time to sneak over to the southeastern side and try to quietly and quickly cleanse some red dust of your own. Because once it's cleansed, you can't lose it. You don't drop it.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. We have a lot of questions related to like seasonal stuff and battle pass stuff. I just want to note that we actually are our next live stream in May, in early May, soon TM, will be actually focusing a little bit on our seasonal structure as well as battle pass and so forth. So we're actually going to leave those comments specifically for that. I keep looking down at the monitor and the people in production behind me keep going, Adam, what's wrong with you? And that's just me. In regards to other quick questions that we do have, I'm going to just lightning off a few questions that have been coming up. These are kind of related, I would say, but one is co-op on PC. Have we looked at doing something like that? And then separately, mouse and keyboard on console. Is that something that we've also looked into?
No couch co-op on PC, no mouse and keyboard on console.
There you go. Mainly because, as you guys know, PC, like the account structure on Battle.net and having two accounts at the same time on one PC is a little difficult. And then on console, right now it's just controller play. And as we get past launch and so forth, we'll look at more into feedback and everything from that end.
I guess last question from me. With regards to the crafting system, can we expect that to be something that is built up to be more robust over time with regards to either seasons or, again, expansions?
Oh, yes. So Diablo 4 is a game about killing monsters, collecting loot, screwing around with that loot to do fun things and make it get more performance out of it, modifying those things, looking for the right affix. Yeah, we're going to absolutely continue to be just changing some of the crafting options, modifying them, providing new options that don't exist right now, building upon things we already have in place. You can expect to see a lot of things. Like Diablo 4 is a live service because it's a rich bed of opportunities to continue to refine, change, update, and modify the systems we have in place right now. So yeah, you'll definitely see more crafting features.
I didn't really learn that much. I feel like they summed up the patch notes.
Last few small questions. People have been asked about ray tracing because we mentioned the NVIDIA DLSS 3 will be coming in. The Server Slam ray tracing is coming after launch. It's something that we had talked about earlier. And let's see. This is an interesting question. If you're on your mount, can you actually pick up crafting materials and stuff like that while you're on your mount in Overworld?
There are a number of simple actions you can perform when you're on your mount. I believe right now you can pick up herbs when you're mounted.
Herbs?
Yes.
Cool. I'm trying to see.
Herbs.
We have the chat's moving incredibly fast. A lot of people are talking about WASD movement right now. We don't have any plans for incorporating that. That's something that we may look into post-launch or whatnot from our end. Cool. I think we got a decent amount of questions in. Talked about this, the beta learnings, and of course all the information about Endgame
and the Server Slam.
And the Server Slam.
Ashiba's Server Slam.
Yeah.
I think there was very little in-game info here. I wanted to see more of that.
No. WASD movement will not be in the game at launch, but in the Server Slam, do check out the additional control customization options that we added.
Yes.
They are referenced on the blog, and we want to continue to add more ways to
I'm still excited about the game, though.
In the way that you're thinking of. So
to be fair,
something that we're thinking about for the future.
Exactly. So thank you guys again, and thank you, Riker, for joining us this week. I know you've had a opportunity to play through the game quite a lot. We've just stuck him in a room. He's really just played the game a ton this week. But we really appreciate everyone tuning in for the Diablo 4 developer update live stream. Again, our next live stream will be sometime in May, early May, and we'll be talking a little bit about our season structure as well as our battle pass. And A few other things that we did want to call out on in terms of Diablo 3. We have season 28 currently going on right now.
Yeah, Archimedes. I agree. I think that's the best take.
Highly recommend checking it out.
Yeah, check it out.
If you haven't. And then, of course, with Diablo Immortal, they just came out with a big update about a week or two ago that added a new PvP system into the game.
Diablo Immortal, hecking awesome. I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like it's so hard to go wrong with an ARPG anyway. Like, because like it's kind of like it's costing me $90 and there is almost a 0% chance I don't get 90 hours out of this game. Right? So it's like it's even if it's awful, there's like such a 0 chance that I don't get 90 hours out of this game. Oh, come on, Ziz. That's a rich man take. Wait, why? I measure video games and I want at least $1 per hour. I'll get at least 90 hours out of this. How is that a rich man take? That's most people's take. That is absolutely most people's take. That is a very normal take. $1 per hour. Nope. Oh, it's absolutely. What are you talking about? That is so completely normal. $1 per hour? Like, I agree, $90 is an expensive game, but $1 per hour is very generous. That is like the #1 thing we do here in our chat. Most people have that as their requirement. Like, if I spend $50 on a game and I get 150 hours out of it, that's really good value. $90 is fucking egregious to ask. Come on, man. Oh, I agree. It's an expensive game. I'm saying I'll get at least 90 hours out of it, so it's worth it for me. But you can also buy the $70 version. It's still an expensive game. But if I get 90 hours out of it, that's absolutely worth it. What's your estimated value per hour on PoE? I've spent like $10,000 or something on the game, and I've played 25,000 hours. Yeah, for you it's fine, but for a lot of people it's not. Nearly everyone in chat generally, whenever we talk about value for games, it's $1 per hour. Obviously, everyone's gonna have their own value. 10K how? I have like almost every cosmetic. And I used to, I have like 6 or 7 of the same cosmetics. Because I used to, like look, this set was like $500 or something. Because I kept buying the most expensive one. But I kept having to buy the same one, so that's like 1,500 in just this patch. No, it's 17,000 hours streamed, Nutar. Because I used to pay for like private league so that everyone in my community could play. So just keep buying packs. Like obviously it's pointless to have multiple. Compared to Night of the Movies or Pub, 90 goes nowhere fast. Yeah. My point is, shouldn't be surprised that it's not okay with a lot of people, and that people bring it up, their point shouldn't be disregarded. But I'm saying, okay, my initial statement was, either way, it's hard to go wrong with $90. I will get 90 hours out of the game. Me, myself. Like, I don't know what you want from me here. I'm not saying you should buy the $90 package. You will get value out of the game. Like, I don't know what you want. If you don't think you're gonna get value out of the game, don't buy it. It's that simple. It's an expensive game. And like, if you're pre-ordering a game, pre-ordering is literally stupid tax. Like, the best thing you can do is wait and see if it's a good game or not. Pre-ordering a game is always dumb. Like, all I can do is speak for myself. I don't speak for other people. That's why I call it a rich man take. Everyone's different. Sure, I mean, that's the part I disagree with. Like, $1 per hour played is a very, very common take. Like, obviously, it sucks if you're in Brazil or something, because then Diablo 4 is the equivalent of a $300 or $500 game. And that's crazy, right? Because it doesn't have localized pricing for a lot of countries. $90 gameplay versus $90 good gameplay. Which one are we getting? That's true. That's true. It's also like ARPGs, as long as they're like playable, are usually one of the best genres for money. Right? Like, take Last Epoch for an instance. It's $35. You can very easily get 500 hours out of that. Yeah, exactly. It's not like I was saying I would stop at 90 hours. I would be shook to my very core if I only get 90 hours from D4. Agree about the Brazil thing. For me, it would be 300 hours of gameplay to justify the game. That's why I like Steam so much. That's like because the games are so much cheaper in poorer regions. So like Russia, Thailand, Brazil, etc. Like, imagine, like, for those that don't know, Diablo 4 still doesn't have localized pricing for, like, Brazil, right? Are there any Brazilians in chat? No, it doesn't. Yeah, so last time we like took a look, it was something like between $300 or $500. Like, if you lived in America on an American wage, it's the same as if Diablo 4 cost you $300 or $500. Like that big a chunk out of like your, you know, what you would go buy food with. That's crazy. The priciest pack is 40% of minimum wage. Holy fuck. I'm from Chile. Minimum wage is 500 USD a month. Yeah. That's why, like, what Steam does with localized pricing is so good. Couldn't you just VPN and buy it from somewhere else? That's fraud, but sure. I mean, there's obviously anti-fraud measures in the world. Minimum wage here is 1,300. The game's 450. Yeah, that's so fucked. That's monthly, right? They say that's monthly and not yearly. The silver flask. Yeah, most things have localized prices. You can make a living off RuneScape in Brazil, yeah. I mean, that's where the whole Chinese gold farmer thing comes from, right? It's because it's makes a lot of money localized to what you like. It's the same like me living in Belfast, like my money is worth a lot more here than if I lived in Norway. What do you mean, Skria? Oh, you mean when I'm flying? Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I know. Your money is worth a lot more everywhere than if you live in Norway, yeah. There are a lot of European countries where minimum wage is small and the price hurts. Sure, but not like Brazil or Thailand. Like, not as much. I'm sure there's a few European countries where you're probably right, though. What would Brazilian prices be in Norway, you think? Wait, what do you mean? Like, if the cost was as low as in Brazil, but you lived in Norway? I mean, everything would be, like, borderline free. remember when we were in Thailand in like 2000 or something. My grandmother tipped a bellboy or whatever they're called, like the people that carry your luggage. She tipped him 200 kroners. That's like $23 or something. And he just started crying. You live in Belfast? Yeah, I'm from Norway, but I live in Belfast. And somebody else explains, like, yeah, that's 3 months' wage here. What is a pint of beer in Norway? No idea. I haven't been in Norway in years. Depends what you want to farm. Cemetery is really good for divination cards that drop div cards. Oh no, you just need Star of the Divine, not Replica. I don't think Replica does something. You're Norwegian? You look so American? Not even wearing an American flag. What do you mean? How do I look American? Do Americans think all foreigners speak with an accent? Here, I will make it easier for you. Okay. Is there a good way to target farm specific bases apart from highlighting the filter? No, well, you can buy things from Gwennen. Your hair is too nice to be American? What do you mean? There's a lot of Americans with nice hair. Okay? Is this much better? So Swedish? No, if I'm from Sweden, I would talk like this. And you would really notice it, and I say jump. Wait, jump. Or jello. This is the color jello. Sweden has a very different accent than Norwegian. This is a Swedish accent. Give us an Irish accent, mate. Do you want to go down for a pint at Lavery's? Want to go down to Lavery's for a pint, mate? Fucking dead on. Aye, mate. I sound a wee bit like Cyril now, one of the best StarCraft 2 players, but he's finished, Matt. Don't even know him. Don't even know him, like. What about you? Simple ass, mate. I can't, like, do a southern accent, like, but I can do a Belfast accent. Aye, let's get pissed, mate. Easiest way to hear a Swede talking is when they're just speaking English. Aye, mate. No, I can't really do a Finnish accent. Australian accent. Rise the blides. Aye, mate. No, like, no, I can't. I don't know. Australian's so hard. I just try to speak really slow. No, everyone. Can you do the Danish one? Cameloso. New Zealand? No, not really. I'm pretty bad with accent. Chronic Games. Pingu? Fuck off. California? Hell yeah, brother. That Pingu was spot on, man. I've been working on that for weeks, bro. What's the best item in Ancient Orb? Bell? Yeah, belts are pretty good, dude. That was not California, sis. Well, I don't know, but I've been living here for 6 years now. That was totally Cali. Sounds like someone who hates Cali. I'm from Scotland, the Great Hills of Scotland. Wow, we always cost as dwarves. 11. 11. 11. You need more vocal fry. This is the most annoying thing that humans could possibly do. There is nothing more annoying than this in the entire world. I hate it. Fuck. It doesn't even feel good. It sounds awful to speak like that. Like, it literally hurts. It physically hurts to speak like that. Hey, can I order like a burrito? Can I order like a burrito and a latte? Latte? If it hurts, you're doing it wrong. Local fries shouldn't hurt. Like, I don't know, man. That's just like very different from what I normally sound like, bro. From Southern California. Can confirm nobody talks like that. It's like a movie thing. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm from Cali, spot on. Thanks. Nah, I don't know how to do New York. I've seen the Volker 5 video, yeah, it's good. Yeah, they can over that. We say like and dude a lot. But yeah, no, a lot of people think I'm American because I don't really have like the stereotypical Norwegian accent. But I also like kind of learned how to speak English just from playing games. So, kind of makes sense. I've not seen the D&D movie, no. London, bruv. Yeah, I love London. You want to go for some tea and crumpets, mate? Oh, do you know, I've lived here so long now, mate, that I can actually naturalize as British. And I kind of want to do it. Just so I can speak like this for a whole week. And it's slightly less offensive. Because I would basically be British, mate. And I could just ask everybody all day if they have a license, mate. You have a license for that? I'm British. Did you have an accent and you fixed it over time? So I probably had an accent when I was like 7 to 12 or something. But I started very, very early with online gaming. And especially, like, I played first like Giant, Citizen Kabuto, then a lot of Counter-Strike. And there were a few words, especially even when I moved here, that I would like have like a weird pronunciation on, especially slang. And I remember getting corrected on, I used to say sword or sword, and stuff like that. Or something else too. But yeah, very early, I spoke with like a lot of Americans and Australians. It was more Americans, so just like my English, like they would always comment on anything that sounded funny. I say sword and I'm American. How do you pronounce iron? Iron. So this is a Diablo 4 stream. What is this shit? I don't know. I figured we would have been changed back to the normal category. But no, you're right. We're still in Diablo 4. Sorry, I thought that would be changed. I will move back. Think your accent's gotten better over the years? Yeah, maybe. But even when I started streaming, nobody like guessed. What do you want the title to be? I don't know. Just farming. How do you say aluminium? Aluminium. Aluminium. Aluminum. Ever been to the Netherlands? No. Vitamin? Accents and shit. True. Yeah, Americans say aluminium, or sorry, they say aluminum to cut costs. It's such a like, you should read about it. It's really cool. Basically, America lost the U in a lot of words just to cut down on printing press costs. On a lot of words. The guy that named aluminium named it aluminum, then 20 years later changed it to aluminium. I don't think that's true. Cut the I. Yeah, the I and the U in a lot of words are gone. Like color, armor. To be fair, I actually prefer the American spelling on a lot of things. Like armor and color, I prefer the American spelling. Nuclear. I would say nuclear. Nuclear? Nuclear. Nuclear. Actually, everybody says nuclear. Are you American by chance, Victorious? Are you maybe? Nuclear is not actually the American pronunciation. It's a hick thing. Right. Bordertown? No. What about lieutenant? Yeah, why is it called lieutenant? I would say lieutenant. I think lieutenant is way better. Lieutenant makes no fucking sense. Same with colonel. Like, fuck, I hate that word, dude. Colonel. I kept, honestly, colonel, I honestly feel like I only learned in like the last 8 years. I think I only learned colonel in the last 8 years because I kept seeing the subtitles say colonel, but people would say colonel, and I was like, am I having a stroke? What the fuck? Keeps you up at night? I hate it. I hate it. I really hate it. Some weird rules, dude. Lead and lead. This is an easy language to speak. Lieutenant walks on the left side of the commanding officer. That's where the name came up for lieutenants. Right. Colonel Popcorn. Yeah, there's just some really weird rules. Things about books. We're reaching and research. But yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, so I loved English. And it started when I was like 4 or 5 years old, something like that. And my aunt and my cousin, they said, do you want to learn English? And I was like, yes. And then they said, this was in Norwegian, obviously. And then they said, yes, as in the word. And I'm like, geese? Because in Norway, right, the word yes is a geese. That's a goose. So I was like, why are you saying geese? And they were like, no, that's yaw in English. And I was like, what? But it's geese in Norwegian. And they were like, yep, but in English, it means yaw. And I was like, what the fuck? And then they gave me like a little book. And then I got like really fascinated by English. And I started like learning. And I read the dictionary and just looked for words that were really cool. And that took me like a year maybe. But I went through the entire dictionary, just scouring it for really cool, funny words that were like similar to the Norwegian ones, but obviously sounded different. And then, Mizu, thank you for the 20 months. And then when I was 6 or 7, maybe 8, somewhere between 6 and 8, probably 7 to be honest. A friend of mine got gifted a few books by his dad, but he was like, he didn't learn English at all. Oh, steak. That was the other one. I used to say steak instead of steak. Marlio, thank you for the prime. And he got gifted English books when he was 7 by his dad, and he was like, I obviously don't speak English, but like he knew I was obsessed with English. So he gave me Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goodkin and Rage of a Demon King by Raymond E. Feast. When I was 7, I would not in a million years let any of my children. I only have one at the moment, but still, I would not let a child read those books when they're 7, because it's basically like there's a lot of like fucked up bondage and shit in there, like people being like tortured and sexually abused and kind of fucked. Yeah, like the torture arc is pretty fucked. Explains a lot about you, Ziz. But yeah, I read through that entire book. I think I've written it. I think I've read it 6 or 7 times. And I read it first once, going through with the dictionary. And I remember misreading the first word and being really confused, but I just like kept reading. And the first line of the book is, "The vine bit him," right? And I asked my parents, and they didn't like, they just kind of explained like, oh, you know, alcohol can be sharp. And then obviously when I got older, the line is, "The vine bit him." And it's a plant vine, but I didn't really get that. And I searched for W, or rather, yeah. So when did you start speaking English as your main language? I mean, that sort of like happened between being 18 and 23 because I moved here when I was 18. But I preferred English since I was like 13. Yeah, Leffen. I'd say... Do you think in English? Yeah. I do. I don't really use inner monologue that much. Why perma that guy? Because that was his first message and it was just a bait message. But generally, if anyone apologizes in the unban message, I pretty much always give them a second chance. What does Norse sound like? Så jeg begynner å snakke norsk nå, så høres det sånn ut. Jeg kunne tatt et helt stream på norsk og bare snakke norsk hele dagen. For det er rart å snakke norsk mens jeg spiller Path of Exile. But it's even better hvis jeg bare plutselig begynner å snakke both between two languages. Så er det bare noen som skjønner hva jeg sier, and the others are like, I'm having a stroke. Da blir det litt vanskelig å følge med for de som bare snakker engelsk. But the other ones are like, huh? It's actually really fun når du bare bytter frem og tilbake mellom to forskjellige språk. And then, yeah, it's great. It's actually kind of hard to do, too. Tror du hadde fått slag og bytte en sånn hele dag? Yeah, pretty much. I understand you, I'm Danish. Oh, nice. Danish is a lot worse. It's just different. My wife is Danish. You say that Danish sounds worse? Oh, it's harder to understand when you're Norwegian. Dead? Yeah. That's just surrender. You accidentally ordered 1,000 liters of milk. I'm a Swede, so it's much worse as I can't understand anything. Best way to get a leveling one for the... I would just level with anything. You don't need like I would just level with like Poison Conk or something. You don't need the explosion for leveling. Just tell you this up. Oh, nice. I didn't realize you were swapping between English and Norwegian until you pointed it out. Yeah. Right, I think I'm gonna end for today, and then we'll play more tomorrow. I'm kind of sad I died, but at least I didn't lose anything except like, you know, like 10 hours maybe? We're gonna keep farming on this character for a while until I get what I need. I might make an impending Doom Occultist soon. Because I really want to blast tier 5 maps for essences, and also blast Legion. And I feel like an impending Doom Pathfinder is giga fucking fun. And I get so much value from spamming low tier maps for Legion and essences. Tier 5 specifically, yes, Cemetery. In arcade, but I won't do Legion in arcade. No, I only have Vixens. I have nothing else. For high maps, you'd probably need more. And I honestly, like for high maps, I would be not doing Occultist. I'm gonna do Occultist just because it's for low mapping. Why? Why Farmax start? Oh, I can't remember. Maybe someone didn't check and tell me what it's called. I'm gonna find somebody to host. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, the conversations, everything we did today. I'm gonna raid Sequisha. Well, why wouldn't I do that on my artillery ballista? I don't know, it's just not a very good boss kill on Occultist. Sora the Divine. I have a build guide on YouTube, help me. It covers everything, including money issues. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy Mr. Mustache, and try to die less than I do. Yes, you need Vixens. I love you all.